Firouzja Yesipenko or Carlsen Grandelius games, which happen to be coincidentally the two big games of the day, pretty much for me in terms of the tournament more generally. So.
But Lorenz, may I interrupt you? Sorry.
Sure.
Don't break my heart. I mean, you say the Anish Maxim game might be a real strategical battle, and just because of this fact, it has no right to be game of the day. What is this?
No, you're right. Of course, no, I don't mean it like that. Of course, it merits being game of the day as well, especially because the opening was extremely interesting. But we have got into a position which is kind of, I don't know. No, I mean, it can be, of course, extremely interesting. It depends how it unravels. It could be really dull. It could be one of these mass trades where suddenly we could get a completely dry position. I don't know. But yeah, of course, if it's a positional masterpiece, then it definitely deserves attention. But at the moment, the next few moves will decide that. I feel as though Maxime, by the way, is really out of the water here, out of the cold water. In other words, I think he's doing just fine. But I'll be curious because Magnus, if he blows Niels out, then it could be a really nice demonstration of, even small potential inaccuracies in the opening, like Bishop B7, how you can punish them quickly. Again.
Yeah, by the way, because I feel a little sorry for Jan that, it's at this moment, I believe it's also very, very difficult to even imagine which game might have the potential of becoming, everywhere there is tension, but it's not clear yet which one will have this potential of being something. Let's also keep an eye on this Fabi's brilliancy. After all this was such a spectacular new stuff, like going bishop g4, giving up your light square bishop, then taking bishop takes c3. It's also something that deserves to have extra credit, no?
Yeah, I agree. It's a completely new idea. I'm worried if we give too much publicity to this game, we might ruin too many chess careers because people will start going bishop takes c3 in every position and won't play out well.
Agreed.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys. Have fun. I'll see you later. Bye.
Bye, Jan. See you.
Yeah, bye, Jan.
Peter, it's just me and you. The last time it was just us two. When was it? Was it an online tournament? I remember we did in Grenka a few years ago, right?
Exactly. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to continue because we simply, I believe, also have two completely different opinions toward chess. You are the one who is always looking for chances and all these dynamics and so on, and I'm the guy, the big stratego who is trying to control everything. And I know from myself how difficult task it is, yeah? This is one of the reasons why I'm burning time and I'm getting into time trouble because I always want to control everything, and usually exactly when I get into time trouble, I lose that control, yeah, which is the worst possible thing.
No, but comparing me and you as chess players is a bit like comparing a McDonald's cheeseburger to the nicest steak that France can offer. We're in different leagues. You're a class world act, and it's an absolute delight to be able to learn from you, listen to you, and be alongside you. So to even share the booth with you is already a stretch, and it's a joy to commentate with you. So I'm going to let you control the action, Peter. You tell me where to go, and I'll give my 2 cents every now and then. But where would you like to go? We haven't seen the Van Forest Donchenko game for a while. I don't know if that appeals to you, or where do you
exactly want? I like this attitude because when we had Jan with us and he knows this type of positions, yeah, and then he tells immediately, okay, what do you expect from this anti-martial close Spanish or whatsoever? But I'm pretty sure that, yeah, for a lot of our audience, this whole structure might be completely new. And maybe because when someone looks at this, he might ask the question, how did this pawn structure appear at all? Yeah, let's very quickly start from the very beginning. We will not go into big details, but we just gonna try to understand what has happened. Yeah, this is a typical way of meeting the marshal, basically. With 6d3, bishop d7. It used to be Jan's favorite, also my favorite setup from the black side. This little move h3, like I remember Jan's voice, yeah, we kind of know this. We have looked at this. We know that this exists and it's a serious move. H3 castles, knight c3. This is the typical way that whenever white goes finally knight c3, he asks some questions. He wants to go knight d5. Then black goes for knight a5 quickly, challenges the bishop on b3. Basically now after bishop a2, b4, already the move knight d5 is not really interesting from the white side because black also can simply trade it, kick the bishop away, and one can argue that trading down this pair of knights didn't really do white much. The black knight on a5 stands wonderfully. So it's clear that white goes knight e2. It's the clearly more ambitious move. One of the things that is key in these positions that whenever black plays the move b4 b3, which is a very typical way, if white would just grab the pawn like with c takes b3, then black might just come back with the knight to c6 and say that, I'm going to control the b4 square, and with this damaged pawn structure with your bishop locked down on a2, you are not going to try to get anything out of this position. I think you might have to be careful. If you capture with the bishop, then black takes, then damages the structure and goes c5, fixes the weakness on b3, and also people have acknowledged that, white is basically never worse because he has this knight d2, knight c4 ideas, but it was also not really better. But the real question after b3 is always this little move bishop d2, hitting the knight on a5. This case, clearly b takes a2 is not good because you just take on a5 and your pawn structure is damaged. White gonna take the a2 pawn. And otherwise, you cannot retreat the knight after bishop d2 because the b3 pawn is hanging. And if you are forced to take on c2, white goes queen takes c2, knight has to move back to c6 often, then white goes b4, gets the initiative. And normally you want to get your pawn to c5 and the knight back to c6. So that's kind of the justification. Black goes for c5. White plays now knight g3. Now you could play the move b3, but probably now white already says that, okay, I have the knight on g3, you go rook b8. It's something that I explained before, that white still has this option of going to c4. So black indicates that he's not that happy with that. So he just continues with rook b8, saying that how are you going to play this position? I believe that we have had this discussion like in the middle of 90s. When I first saw this position, I got this feeling that, okay, that black committed this structure so quickly, I might simply go bishop g5. I'm going to give up my dark square bishop on f6 and then play knight d2 and start playing on the light squares. And okay, this is a problem for black. Yeah, that was kind of the education from the 90s. Then the games prove that, giving up the two bishops so easily might not be such a great idea. Black will later, after the trade on f6, might activate the bishop with bishop g5, or he goes g6, bishop g7, king h8, and then creates counterplay with f5. After all, the knight on g3 is misplaced in this structure. So all kinds of developments. Then there was a moment that people thought that, okay, let us try to play knight d2, knight c4, trade this. I believe that in recent times it was considered that black is fully fine in this structure, and that's why we haven't really seen too many games lately with this.
Understood. Okay, interesting. So how did it go then? So it went knight d2 immediately.
Yeah, queen c8, knight c4, takes, bishop e6. Yeah, that's kind of the other point behind queen c8, to make sure that whenever white takes on e6, this is also a big debate. Do you take with fe6 or do you take with the queen? Usually now that black has played the move queen c8, probably he would be happy to capture with the queen. So white plays a5, fixes the structure, fixes the pawn on a6, basically makes sure that, in order to get away with this weakness on a6, you might have to take on c4, after which white gets this d takes c4 structure with a nice grip on black center. On the other hand, the pawn on a5 in any kind of endgame might be lost from the white side. Yeah, let's just imagine some knight endgame. We remove all the pieces. Black has something like knight d7, knight b8, knight c6, hitting the a5 pawn. It might be important also somewhere bishop d8 hitting the a5 pawn. But in order to those things make any impact to the position, you kind of have to make some committal decisions. And we see now that white gets this d takes c4 structure, queen e6 on the board, queen d3. this is the current position. It's so much more in the middle game than just talking about this pawn on a5 weakness, because black has created also quite a bunch of weaknesses himself.
Yeah, I tend to, I've definitely been on the white side of this kind of structures, a lot more on the black side. I have to say I much prefer being white here. Feel as though your plans are a lot more natural. I think that Jordan is going to be relatively happy here. There's enough play going on. He's got play down the D file, obviously. Can think about various standard maneuvers. Rook FD1, knight F1, knight E3 comes to mind. I don't think he ever really wants to go F4 because you give up the E5 square most of the time. So it feels like a kind of thing you can do. Yeah, and I think Alexander perhaps isn't as experienced in these positions, actually.
Absolutely. I mean, this we have seen in the very first game against Niels Grandelius. That was the first time I ever really recalled Alexander playing E4, E5. I mean, he's my teammate in the German Bundesliga in the team Derzau. And I know him like a Najdorf Kadokan player. Yeah, he has been playing these two openings quite a lot and with big success. So I was like, surprised that given the fact that he's entering this super tournament and he was a last minute replacement, so he had basically no time to prepare. It's not like, he has decided before the tournament to study E4, E5 for the last 2 months. And then he feels like, okay, I want to try it out. And that's why, to me, it looked like a very strange strategy that without really preparing it, you suddenly change your repertoire for Vaikanzi and you play something which you are not so familiar with. But maybe he has anyway done the work on E4, E5 and he just wanted to be principled, like, it doesn't matter if I'm playing in Vaikanzi or not. I wanted to already start practicing E4, E5. I'm ready to do it. Then it's perfectly understandable, of course.
Absolutely. So this is an interesting. Well, I guess we'll come back to this one, Peter, and to see on how Alexander decides to set up. We have had an update. Yes. Well, this game has. This is. Radek took drastic measures right here. He decided he was probably in a mild state of shock, actually, that this could work for black, and has reacted in a very curious way, because after queen b1, controlling queen e6 actually wins a pawn, right? Unless you play bishop takes c5. A very unusual tactic. But Fabi is not one for shying away from taking pawns. So we're now going to get a very interesting middle game. How do you view this position here?
Yeah, he played the move Rook F1. Okay, just very quickly for our audience who might not be so familiar, why we are not really even looking at the move Bishop takes C5, like Lorenz also mentioned. Yeah, if you have to take, it's bad. Yeah, I mean, if you have to take on C5, then black gets D takes C5. He does double his pawns, but now thanks to this powerful C5 pawn, the black knight is coming to D4, gets a lovely outpost. And all of a sudden, when you compare black structure, then you see this powerful horsey on d4 just dominates the position. White bishop on f3 is doomed. So that's the justification why white can never take on c5. And a player like Radek or any kind of grandmaster or good player would, just prefer to give a pawn and try to rely on, my two bishops might give me good compensation in long terms than ever considering capturing on c5.
Right. Mm-hmm. Absolutely agree. And we have this position now after queen takes c4, b3, where, you know what? I have a feeling Fabiano is going to be extremely happy. He's won a pawn. If he can neutralize this white initiative, I really believe he's going to be trying very hard to win this position here. So the question is, where does black put this queen, first of all? Does he just go back? Is there any sense to put the queen on b4? Probably not, although it's unclear. Is there any nuance, with playing queen c3 first? probably not, but you never know because actually coming back on that long diagonal might make sense. Weird position, unusual.
Yeah, very unusual. I mean, you are perfectly right. I mean, this is the very big question. I mean, where do you put this queen? There are many arguments. I mean, to me also, you know, very first when I look at the position, I feel tempted to go queen b4 and then try to follow it up with a5. The only reason why I'm not that happy about queen b4, that maybe somewhere white has this, you know, typical idea of forever chasing this queen. And also trying to, anyway, white wants to get his bishop from e3 probably to c3 in order to get it on the long diagonal, which would benefit and support white's play a lot. Then one can see all these dark squares weaknesses in black's camp. And also his rooks on d1 and e1 would be so perfect with the bishop on c3. But I feel like the bishop on e3 is misplaced. That's the reason why the move queen b4, which otherwise I would like, I might not be so happy to do. But if I go back to e6, I see some ideas like, you know, white might be able to kick the knight from c5 away with b4 before black gets a5 move in. And if white is able to kick this knight away, then again, there are some new dynamics to the position. It's not an easy call now for Fabi to decide.
Yeah. And in fact, is there an argument here, Peter, to actually give the pawn back via queen c3? For example, queen c3, rook c1, let's say queen f6.
Yeah, but I think I will decline your kind offer. Yeah, because yeah, this is again something very similar like we have discussed. Yeah, now the c5 pawn is eliminated, but the knight on c6 feels so much more dominant compared to this bishop on f3. Exactly. I understand if the pawn would be on g3, bishop would be on g2, we could give some argument that the white has f4, e5 ideas in long terms, and it might not be such an issue. But with the bishop stuck on f3 and the knight from c6, any position, any given moment is ready to jump to d4, I say no, thank you very much.
Okay, so what are you going to do then instead?
Yeah, I think I will try to somehow get my bishop to the diagonal. I don't want to go bishop d2 now because then I might, you know, feel that you outsmart me with queen f6 and then some knight d4. Can I go bishop c1 and try to get it to the diagonal with bishop b2?
Mm-hmm. So if I go knight d4 here?
Yeah, then I move the bishop and I kind of hint that you maybe somewhere your pieces are, you might have the move queen c2 though.
Queen c2 is an incredible.
Yeah, that's a typical Lawrence move, and then I have to, you know, kind of keep on hiding in the corner with queen a1 if I can.
The queen a1 looks good. Well, you know, I worked with Fabi for a long time. As people know, I was in Fabi's camp and always root for Fabi. I wish him all the best. And actually, you know, we haven't spoken so much about this game, but if Fabi wins this game, he is probably favorite to win the tournament all of a sudden because unless, of course, Firouzja wins today. But if Firouzja doesn't win, he becomes favorite. So this is actually an important game for Fabi. Yeah, I wonder what his idea then is after your suggestion.
Yeah, so let me insist on bishop c1. At least it feels smart. It maybe it is stupid. Maybe it does not work exactly move per move, but there is a sound logic behind it. And also let me use the possibility of also saying that, yeah, I already mentioned that I also felt like, you know, Fabi has done some amazing work so far in this tournament. I mean, came up with so many great ideas, great games. In every game, he's like bringing up something. I mean, this one is truly stunning. If you think about this, that if you approach the game against Radek Wojtasek, then how you want it's clear that Fabi decided that, yeah, I want to fight, yeah, I'm in a fighting mood, I just want to fight. And how do you create those chances, and how does King's Indian cross your mind at all? Yeah, it also shows how creative this team Fabi is. Yeah, whether it was his idea, whether it was Rustam's or someone else from his team, but I mean, this is what I simply enjoy and love in this team, that they are so creative.
Absolutely. I mean, having worked with them for so long, they do an enormous amount of work. They do come up with new ideas. They're a great team together, Rustam and Fabi. So doesn't surprise me that he's had continual success. Obviously got to the World Championship finals, is in the candidates now, trying to get back after probably the closest World Championship match in recent times. And so, yeah, as I say, I don't have a solution to your proposal, Peter, but I'm sure Fabi does.
I also have the same feeling. Yeah. Okay. Let's just try to figure out what it could be. I mean, one of the things, yeah, this jump on d4 is a very principled way, definitely. However, it sharpens things. I mean, it gets very, very move per movish after this. Bishop to g4.
One part of me wanted to go f5 here, because you can't go ef because it's hanging. But after bishop b2,
exactly,
we're just losing everything. Unfortunately, it doesn't work.
Yeah, even if it's not entirely clear if you are losing everything. I mean, you still have this incredible queen c2, because it looks like you are losing everything, but you might not.
Wow.
Look at this.
Wow. Wait, queen c2 here.
And if queen c2 here. I mean, if you take, I take knight c2.
Knight takes c2 wins for black, right?
Yeah, I suddenly have double attack, and you can take all kinds of stuff, but whatever you take, I'm also taking something.
Oh, wow. Queen c2. It's a move from afar you feel just can't work, right? I mean, you almost, but actually, this might be the way, surprisingly.
Yeah, I mean, even here I would consider a move like queen a1, but I feel like, with the bishop hanging on g4, it's tricky.
What, and you can't play knight takes, no, you probably can't play knight takes b3.
Queen it exists. I mean, you wanted to take knight db3 or?
Yeah, knight db3 I wanted to take.
Yeah, knight db3, ab, you take on g4, now you're already 2 pawns up or something. And actually this is never a mate, because bishop h8 is beautiful, but you have this knight e6 idea.
Exactly.
But okay, I mean, it feels like rook c1, queen takes b3, rook c7 should be enough argument to say, okay, it's fun, but it's more fun from the white side.
Maybe you can even just go rook e7, by the way, instead of knight e6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just like this. Yeah. Calm protection. Okay.
Yeah, because
basically, I think we already got the feeling for it that it's complete chaos on the board, and Radek is clearly lower on the clock. I mean, down to 43 minutes. He needs to. I mean, he needs to calculate a lot. Definitely, bishop c1 is a move. I believe Radek would, consider even in a bullet or blitz game, it would be his very first instinct to try to get the bishop to b2. But it's a classical game, and in classical game, you automatically spot all these moves, and then you are forced to figure them out. This is the worst thing, no, in classical chess. And then people are saying, I mean, okay, you could have made all your moves in the blitz game, yes, because in the blitz game I would not be thinking about, I would just make a move. But here you have to finally evaluate and calculate everything precisely till the very end.
Crazy stuff. Okay, let's move on to another game, shall we, Peter? Shall we go back to the Firouzja-Yesipenko game? They're going very slowly in this game. Only 12 moves played. Firouzja already nearly down to half an hour.
Yeah. This I have noticed, and Tanya knows me very well because we have been covering all these champion chess tours together. And I was telling, every time when I saw Jan Nepomniachtchi, MVL, so on, blitzing their games in the rapid section. I mean, why do you rush? You have 50 minutes on your clock and you have the increment. I mean, I know how good players you are. Just control the situation, and you will always have enough time to convert things. And then I'm seeing Firuza, overdoing it. Yeah, it's like he's trying to break some world records or whatever. I mean, really, this move 13 and being done on the clock. On the other hand, he's leading the tournament with a +3 score. Yeah, so he seems to be knowing what he's doing, but looking it from the outside, it looks very scary.
It does. And King H8 by Yesipenko looks like a very sensible uh, prophylactic move. If we're talking about prophylactic king moves, as we saw in the MBL game where you put the king on B1, here the king on H8. This is just designed to make sure that anytime you go bishop takes G6 as white sacrifices, it doesn't come with check. So it's very useful to have the king in the corner here. And also you're asking white what to do. Also, in case you want to go G5, sometimes there's not some bishop takes H7 check. So this looks like a very mature move by Yesipenko, putting the pressure back on Alireza Firouzja. And again, what do we now do with white?
Yeah, the big question is what do you do with your king? And I think that's one of the questions Filosa is trying to answer during the game, because castling short is not really an option with the bishop on h4. Yeah, with the pawn on h2, you could always have this argument that in the worst case scenario I always have bishop g3. With the pawn on h3, this worst case scenario doesn't really work out because your bishop is trapped and you might just lose the game. So white might be, willing or forced, but he will maybe have to spice things up with moves like g4, after which most probably you're never going to castle short. Then is the argument that is maybe somewhere a move like long castle and then trying to put the king to b1 an option, combining with g4. I mean, the position resembles some Fischer random chess, yeah, when you are confronted with such crazy questions early in the game, which you are simply not used to answering, and that's why the clock is ticking.
Yeah, I guess he is just thinking about castling long here, followed by g4.
I have been able to find where you said a 3-time repetition of knight g2 back to f4 because the queen can't stay attached to the knight in f3. That's very instructive. It forces us to challenge our mindset of, oh, I can't sacrifice in c3 because, queen c8. Seeing the move queen c8 is not something that comes to mind, but then you start focusing on that pin, trying to take advantage of a pin piece and an overworked queen. The queen is the only piece that can defend it, and that's some instructive stuff.
It's really indeed very, very strong variation. I'm not excluding the fact that maybe MVL saw this sacrifice and ideas as well, but didn't want to end the game in to a quick repetition and wanted to have a game.
I think that's
not
generous.
Likely.
I think that's
Probably
generous.
not likely.
And of course, we have immense amount of respect for all the players in this field, and in this case, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But that's such a difficult thing to find because it just doesn't go through your head, right? Queen c8 is the move? No, you're going queen a5. You're going for the attack. But the problem with Black's position is Anish played the move knight to e1, and knight to d3 is next. And it's just a simple strategic domination for white. You just trade off Black's best piece, this knight on f4, then you take over the d5 square, and it's not much of anything that Black can do. I'm not saying Black is lost, but what I am saying that it is not fun to play this from Maxime's perspective.
Exactly. I guess we also have to mention that this sacrifice is very common in Sicilian, and especially in Najdorf, the common rook takes c3 sacrifice. But in this exact position, it was pretty counterintuitive because normally when you sacrifice the exchange on rid of the knight on f4, then it might be difficult for black.
Yeah, it certainly will be difficult for him. And I want to say one more thing about this tactic. When you do puzzles, right, you know that there's a tactic available to you. So if
Yeah.
you gave Maxime that position as a puzzle, I am
Yes.
positive he would find it and find it quite quickly. The major difference is there's nobody tapping you on the shoulder when you're playing a game of chess and hey, Maxime, you got something here, go find it, because then these top grandmasters would find probably every single idea possible. So that's the big difference. You have the weight of the game that you've chartered the previous territory saying, I'm going to play this move if this happens. And so you have that as essentially clouding your ability to think freely about the board. And that's what's very difficult about anything in life, but in particular chess, that it's really tough to get to a moment and then forget about everything that you've been thinking for the last hour or the last
Yeah.
10 moves and then just go in with rook takes e3 queen c8. That is a really great tactic, but it's something that oftentimes the players chalk it up as like, that's not human. Humans aren't going to find that. So we understand why that was missed, but now it's a big miss because I like Anisha's position.
I'm happy to hear that. Let's go to Aryan Tari's position against Duda because we left it at move somewhere 9.
Yeah, after
Knight takes d3, c takes d3, bishop g7 happened, and a4. So white is taking his time, grabbing space on the queen side, bishop g4, f3, provocation, bishop queen b6, d4, bishop e6, rook a3, that's how the rook ended up on b3, short castle, bishop e3, rook a b8 was played, and after rook e1,
Magnus finds a way to prove what is the real assessment of the position. The big question is now Magnus, in the form he has been so far in the tournament, what he will do. And I remember that you also mentioned that, yeah, Magnus, now we haven't seen him in such a state. We also have been speculating, throughout the event till the loss against Yesipenko, that is Magnus still able to win the tournament or not? And I feel like, his only chance is to forget about this nonsense, like, I have to win the tournament and so on. He just have to first find back to his real playing level, to his get some confidence, get all the automatism back, yeah? Because I feel like, he's now completely frustrated. Before everything worked in his favor, he always controlled the situations. Whenever position was solid, he ground the opponent out. If it got complicated, he outcalculated the opponent, and now he has lost all these capabilities. He needs a good game, and that's exactly what he got here in this position, that he can try to prove it.
Completely agree. Yeah, really tough position because, I mean, a lot does depend here on whether d4 is actually a threat or not.
Well, actually, the move you mentioned, knight a4, is a very nice move. I mean, it might be a good move. Let's check it out. How would black react to it?
I'm not entirely sure because queen takes a5 obviously runs into knight b6. D4 feels very bad because then you just drop the bishop back to d2 and you give up a lot of the light squares.
Exactly, yeah, that's definitely not a move. I mean, usually when you are confronted with a move like knight a4, you want to make a move in the spirit, right? I mean, something that you show that, yes, I understand that knight a4 was a good move, but I'm ready for it. And this is kind of the question, that what could it be, this move, from the feeling that black would, love to blitz out and show that I have things under control?
Yeah, absolutely. And also just to point out that if rook f5, you then have bishop g4, bishop takes d7, and knight b6 as a tactic. So knight a4 felt the most natural to me. Again, I don't know if it's, well, I mean, this is a position where really you do have to invest time. Magnus Carlsen, he's got half an hour extra on the time. I expect a rather long think because there might be some sacrificial ideas in this position. I mean, I'm trying to think of a move. It's so outrageous that it just can't be good. So I'm just going to stick with knight a4.
Yeah, I mean, knight a4 is also very much in Magnus's style. Yeah, like the center and the position is on fire, but he understands that thanks to this pawn on a5, that's why he has also moved it there. I mean, maybe we should also just very quickly back up and see how did we get here. So after bishop f4, e5, bishop e3, Niels castled and felt like that after being provoked to e5, this is a long-term weakness. White might be following up with f4. Black doesn't get the typical d6, d5 break in. So he tried to create counterplay with king h8. Magnus used the fact that, now I'm going to fix your structure. So Niels has to go knight d7 to follow up his plan. The move rook fd1 basically has to be played because after knight d7, Black wants all of a sudden to play d6, d5 because the knight protected the pawn on e5. So you have to be careful. Rook fd1, now f5 is played. E takes f5, d5, and that's how we reach this position. And yeah, knight a4. I mean, I'm not yet seeing, because one of the moves that comes to mind is like trying to play the move c5. I want to open up my bishop somehow, but I don't feel that I will have enough compensation, but maybe I still have to do it.
But now you even run into ideas like bishop f3, and if e4, maybe I can take it. Maybe. And that's a big maybe. Probably doesn't work. Bishop c6.
Yeah, let's just see, because I would say, wow, if that works. So
or bishop takes c5 also exists there. Oh yeah, so there are two ideas.
Yeah, you wanted this bishop c6. You might want to take.
Yeah. Rook d1, rook a7.
And then Black has rook a7. Yeah, all of a sudden defending. Yeah, this might be important.
But then, yeah.
Okay, I mean, you don't need this brilliancy. Basically, yeah, it was rook a7 the key move, the being the spoiler. So okay, c5. I just feel like I need to do this, because then I can already claim that, something like d4, e4 is natural and not. But hang on, okay, but still I prefer to start with c5. I wanted to say that even this move that we have been heavily criticizing, like, okay, it's terrible positional move. After bishop d2, since I can follow it up with c5 and I get control of the e4 square, then it's also not completely out of questions.
But now maybe you can go bishop c4. And if rook f5, the same trick with bishop e6 might work, and bishop d7. Even that's not completely clear.
Yeah, because I'm going to go back with the rook to f6. Yeah, I take, go back, and then I might try to get to g6. This is one thing. And another thing is just try to push e4, but then you get bishop to e6. Okay, so let me take. Let me fall into the trap.
Yeah, this one I'm not convinced by, actually.
Bishop e6, yeah, rook. By the way, also some bishop h4. Oops. Probably computer would spot it immediately. Yeah, just bishop h4. Yeah. No, so okay, then that is another issue. Yeah, then after knight a4, I'm not that pessimistic, because for a moment I felt like, knight a4, I also see the engine by liking white, that maybe this is the reaction, but okay, now with this.
Maybe after d4, can you be brilliant here and play just pass and claim that, can I do so? I mean, this is going to be the most ridiculous suggestion in history. In chess history.
Wow.
Are you ready for it?
Don't threaten me.
King h1.
Wow. Okay. No. After king h1, I'm going to go c5 just out of respect. Just out of respect. I don't. Don't want to be the
concept is then good for Black. Then we need to find something else, and that's why Magnus is in the tank. I mean,
and this reminds me of my game against Magnus in Reykjavik in the European Team Championship in 2015. Now, Magnus played a slightly provocative line against me in the Spanish, and okay, I simply wanted to punish him for playing that, and I burned a lot of time on the clock, and then finally I everywhere find something that annoyed me, and I opted for something that I did not even want to do. I did not look at, out of desperation of not finding advantage, and I was done on the clock. Magnus refuted it, and 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 I lost the game without any fight. And after the game, because I felt ridiculous of losing like this, I asked Magnus, but I mean, I spent all my time, like half an hour, 40 minutes, that what happens if I play this and this? I was, still having some question there. And, Magnus had no real answer to this, apart of something very, very practical and sensible. He said, well, but actually, to me, it looked like it's already a normal position, so I don't have to further calculate. And that one, it was so nice that, yes, calculating a lot, you have to also adjust to the situation. And when you feel like, that's already a position, you don't have to go crazy. Yeah.
Right, exactly.
And basically, I felt like, okay, shit, that's why I lost the game. I should have also just stopped there, say that this is a game and forget about it, just play. No, it was also a team event. I was feeling really ridiculous because Hungary was playing against Norway. And basically, if I'm playing, if I make a draw on the whiteboard against Magnus, Hungary is a heavy favorite because on all the other boards, we are big rating favorites. And by losing that game, I was jeopardizing my national team victory. Luckily, finally, we anyway managed to turn the tables, but I mean, I felt really bad.
Indeed, yeah.
And here I feel like, so that first I was like knight a4 and I wanted to calculate. And when I spot that I have this d4, c5 and don't want to calculate further, I just feel that at least it's a possession from black side. So what else do we have? I mean, knight a4 is reasonable, but okay, it's not really refuting black's position. Is it possible to refute black's position at all? Maybe it's
I mean, I'm going to give you the move that I suggested, okay? And you're going to laugh at me. It was actually to play f4. It's a gross-looking move, but it does have some positional ideas.
I think before getting more deep into that, let's just acknowledge that Magnus had listened to you, played the move knight a4, and knight a4 is on the board. So actually, we can speculate about all these d4, c5 options now that we know that the move knight a4 had been played.
I think that's going to upset a lot of people. But maybe there were some alternatives, but I mean, the position is incredibly tough. And by the way, wow. Something has happened in the Anish Giri game that I think we need to acknowledge because I think it's going to be very instructive for a lot of people watching. And I want to shout out to everybody watching. Remember to be kind, be nice in whichever chat forum you're in. We're here to both educate, entertain, and give you guys good value. Obviously, myself. Well, we're not using engines, so we're going to get a lot wrong. I'm going to blunder a lot, as I already have. But in any case, hopefully we can be informative and useful. And this is one of those perfect moments where we can talk about the move played by MVL on move 20, Peter. The rook takes c3. Exchange sacrifice in the Sicilian.
Yeah, well, you have also mentioned such a nice things, like instructive and so on, informative. I feel like, then if we really want to be so clever, then after queen a5, we also have to show Anish's move, because the move knight e1 is also very, very instructive. Yeah, that white moving the knight away from f3, he's basically trying to challenge black's powerful knight on f4 with the move knight d3. And that's exactly the reason why, MVL, being from the black side, feels that, now the time has come that I have to look out for some dynamics and look at this. Wow, things are heating up. He goes for the move rook fc8, knight d3. After eliminating the knight, black takes on d3, white plays queen d3. If you are not taking on c3, then white got this lovely d5 square with bishop on b3 and knight on c3. I mean, it's a strategically terrible position for black. So it's clear that MVL, understanding all this, he knows that now he has to sacrifice the exchange, because it's not just now spoiling the the queen side pawns and the white's king structure, but it's much more like fighting for the d5 square. And now it's a very special moment, because instead of taking on c3 or whatever, which would lose a tempo, MVL follows it up with d5. I mean, What are your first thoughts?
I love it. This is right up my alley. A thematic exchange sacrifice, destroying the structure around that white king. And what I love about it is he didn't even recapture on c3, which is a move you have to consider. The main reason I guess, is that he didn't want to face queen d2, probably, just self-pinning. And the follow-up with d5 is extremely thematic. And I absolutely love this. Of course, if it works. If it doesn't work, it's garbage. But if it does work, it's great. You blast open the position. The idea being that this bishop on e7 can now join the fray. So there are all kinds of mating ideas when the bishop gets to a3 in certain positions. Also, if you go e takes d5, the idea is obvious. You want to go bishop f5 with black. And then you're able to play rook takes e3, and there are all kinds of ideas along that diagonal, and things can get very juicy very, very quickly. Again, at first glance, I can't tell whether it works or not. It might not just work, but it's a fantastic try nonetheless. And if you go bishop takes d5, I guess a similar thing happens because you run into rook takes c3. If queen d2 now, the point is that there are all kinds of checks. You can get out the pin in many ways. This probably just loses for white. Let's see. Does this just lose for white very quickly?
I mean, looks very suspicious, but maybe it doesn't lose, but probably you have to take on d5, right?
I don't know. Do you?
I mean, just in order that I mean, how does white recapture after taking?
Oh, I see. Queen takes d5. You want to go rook c5. That's your idea.
Exactly. Yeah, this is why. And then rook b5 check hurts.
Yeah, that hurts.
Yeah. And okay, if I have to do ed5, then yeah, this is oof. Then with all these pieces, I mean, some bishop b4 and then rook a3.
You get nervous as white, don't you, in this position, basically?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, basically, if you survive this, then you feel like you have to go to the church and open some candles. Yeah, it's usually you are not surviving this, and yeah, Anish makes sure that he takes with the pawn because he feels that this bishop on b3 is the one that kind of guards his king. And all of a sudden, look at the engine. I just love this engine when he comes to his senses. And I mean, after d5, and I thought like, he's giving all these pluses for white, I had this feeling that simply the computer is not strong enough. Yeah, I mean, give it to a supercomputer and he might be giving a completely different evaluation after d5. I mean, black has very nice counterplay, and this is certainly not MVS territory. That's the most important.
Wow. Bishop f5. The queen. Okay, so let's talk. The queen has got a limited number of moves. So e3 doesn't look right because we lose tempo. So queen d2 looks the most natural on the board. And
what? Still, also queen e3 does make sense because you target the e5 pawn. Yeah, it's not entirely like
well, I thought. Yeah. So let's put that on the board, Peter, because that's interesting. After queen e3, let's say we take on c3, rook c3.
You want to take immediately, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, I want to take, and my silly idea...
I mean, just before we go into the details, I wanted to mention that even a move like bishop d6 is perfect long-term compensation.
Right.
But yeah, let's just quickly take...
So my idea is that after queen e5, it doesn't quite work. No, it wasn't to go queen b4. My idea was to try and utilize the long diagonal that it's now open and go bishop f8 with some idea of putting the bishop on g7, going rook takes b3 at the right moment. Again, we have to watch out for some queen b8 checks, queen e8 checks. I don't know how much time we have because d6 isn't possible because the queen is pinned for the moment. So we save an important tempo there. But well, it's close. I mean, if we can play a move like h5 next, rook takes b3 as a threat, right?
Yeah, it's very scary position. I mean, and look at this. Anish has already reacted. He has played the move queen d2.
He played queen d2.
Yeah, he played queen d2. I mean, also the point is that if after queen e3 you can also play the move bishop d6 plus you have to calculate rook takes c3, and it's a practical game. You feel like you're not going to waste 20 minutes trying to sort things out if you have a queen d2 move. But I mean, this position, knowing that how strong MVL is in such positions, I would almost say that right now I believe that MVL is my favorite in this game.
Really? You think MVL is favorite now?
I think he's favorite. Yeah. I mean, if you would force me, you get a gun and you tell me, okay, Peter, finally, okay, stop being diplomatic. Tell me who you really believe. Then I would say that if someone, then only black can be better now.
Okay, very interesting stuff. So let's come back to this. Clearly, the situation, black has got fantastic compensation for the material deficit. The white queen side or king protection is shattered. White doesn't have an obvious plan at all. His attack is never going to go nowhere. H5, h takes g6 can always be met by bishop takes g6 at the very least. So black has got a fantastic setup here. And as Peter says, he thinks MBL is favorite. So that'll be really interesting to see.
Exactly. For example, the fact what I would, if I could do one element in this position, a part of something very big, of course, taking away some piece from the opponent, I would just remove this d5 pawn from the white side, and I would claim that with white I can never be worse, I might be better. But with this extra pawn on d5, blocking my bishop and blocking my heavy pieces, because after all, why is exchange such an important advantage, that you can use it on the open file? But why I'm so pessimistic is that I don't see any open file for the rooks. You already pointed out h5, h take g6 will be met by bishop take g6, also making sure that you never open the h file. And black has all kinds of typical also dragon ideas. You move the queen away somewhere and then you start pushing a5, a4. And if that comes, that might be just devastating.
Yeah, completely agree.
I mean, Anish has to be ultra precise here. I mean, basically has to be a computer now in the next couple of moves, because if he loses the thread of the game, he might just lose the game without any fight. And maybe objectively, it's still perfectly fine for him, but he has to understand how to treat this position.
Absolutely agree. Brilliant. Okay, let's move to another game then. And what's a game we haven't looked at for a while, Peter? What about the Hare Krishna game? We've not been there forever.
Well, okay. Actually, it makes, I almost say, don't do this to us. I mean, because white has such a nice grip on the light squares. And look at this. Suddenly, I spotted the king on f3. Wow.
Exactly. The king on f3. But, it looks a bit strange, but actually is doing a perfectly reasonable job protecting the knight. It can always sneak back to safety if white wants. He can play g3, bring a rook to e1, put the king on g2. Feels like white has got a lovely bind on the light squares. And I don't like Harry's position at all. As I say, it feels as though white is kind of free rolling here. If black does decide to swap all the pieces off, so rook hd1 by Davidenton, if black, a lot of people, less experienced players might say, well, hold on, I've been told that opposite color bishops is close to a draw, so why don't I just take queen takes e4, queen takes e4, knight takes e4, opposite color bishops? No, this is a disastrous position for black because rooks are on the board, even without rooks, because of the centralized nature of this king. This king is perfect. The fact that a6, b5 is loose, d6, e5 is loose. White has got an extra pawn as well. Has he got an extra pawn? Maybe he doesn't, sorry.
No, white doesn't, but he doesn't need,
He doesn't need an extra pawn. This position is about as, would you say that this is close to losing, Peter, this position here for black strategically?
You know me. Yeah, you know me perfectly. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if I would have this position from the white side, I would feel, my king is already rightly placed in the center, because that's where it belongs at the end of the game. I mean, it's just a dream scenario. White gonna go rook d5, white gonna play a4, breaking up the structure. If you capture on a4, rook a4, you have some terrible weakness on a6. If you push the pawn to b4, we're gonna see this Magnus move a4, a5, fixing the weakness on a6. You're gonna lose the a6 pawn in the b4 pawn in long terms. Thanks to this f5 pawn, black never has this typical g6 f5 kind of counterplay how in the Sveshnikov you are compensating for the lack of light squares. I mean, all kinds of nightmare scenarios. Okay, knowing Harry, I mean, being such an incredible positioner player, he might have somewhere, you know, some safety net deep inside him, like he knows all these things that we have mentioned, that it looks very bad. But he might think, you know, that somewhere I'm able to get my rook to c5 first, and then I don't get rook d5 in, the pawn on c2 is slightly weakened. If white has to play a move like c3 or c3, a4 together, maybe I will be in time to some rook b8 with my other rook on c5 to play the move b5 b4. I mean, there might be something that Harry relies on, how he believes to survive the game, but that he's fighting for his survival, there is no doubt about that.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to the opening choice by Harry. I would be very interested if one of the people on site would ask him why he decided to play this opening, which has been known as for a long while to be a dubious opening. It doesn't feel as though he brought any significant novelty to the table as well. So very interesting to see. Okay, rook a c8 is now on the board.
Yeah, this is what I expected, that basically Harry wants to provoke the move c3. That's why I also mentioned this scenario, because somehow I was kind of believing that we might see this stuff, that black might try to get the rook to c5, pawn to a5 as well, maybe, but I don't want to start with a5 and then rook d5, but then I have a4. Okay, so maybe it's like move pair move, because now if white plays the move rook d5, then black can suddenly break white structure. That would be, of course, some terrible mistake from white side. If you play the move a4, then there are all kinds of ideas. No, but b4 is wrong here, because after cb rook b8, I forgot that white has the move b5 and wins. And whenever black has to capture with a b5, then this is a losing structure completely. I mean, now look at this bishop on b3 and the pawn on a5 is just queens. So there is no talk about, no question about this. So yeah, the move a4 I don't like. Maybe black wants to play rook c5 and then make sure that after a4 now he can take on a4 and get the pawn to a5, get the rook to b8 and create counterplay on the b2 pawn. That's why it's so important for black to force white play the move c3, which we are seeing now in the game. So there are hopes, but the position is anyway a big suffering for black. Yeah, and okay, I believe that we have said more than enough to this position. The game Magnus is also getting very exciting, because they are reaching exactly our position. Just very quickly, an update on the Anish game, that Anish has played the move c4. Of course, he would be dreaming of a queen trade, and Maxim goes back with the queen to b6, getting ready for the a5 play. It's very scary. We're gonna keep an eye on it, but let's jump to the Magnus game.
Yeah, and we had, after knight a4, d4, bishop d2, c5. We had this in our analysis, Peter. And now Magnus just played queen h3. So protecting the pawn, getting the queen out of dodge, allowing bishop g5 by Niels, which also makes a lot of sense here. Whew, a really tough position to analyze. Where to start here?
Yeah, well, probably we should start with the basics, that yes, white is a pawn up. He's trying to consolidate the position, but black has this lovely dynamics with the pawn c5, d4, e5, getting ready to push e5, e4. Bishop g5 is very nice, because if, for example, white would just prematurely trade the bishops, I mean, I say prematurely, that just in general this trade on g5 with activating black's queen does look favorable for black, unless white has some very...
Well, I thought you could go rook a3 here as an idea to try...
Exactly, yeah. That's what I also wanted to highlight, that there are such incredible moves like, you know, rook a3, rook g3, and it might be very important for the position. Okay, we are just very fresh to the position. We don't know exactly what is happening. We are just telling our first instincts. But yeah, the justification of capturing on g5 would be the follow-up with rook a3. And what would happen here?
I guess, yeah, it's because c5 is hanging. That's kind of critical. Also, No, we can't play that. Actually, I just want to point out no, it doesn't work. I wanted to point out an idea because we always have to think about f6 at some point. Uh, Hitting the knight, and then if knight takes f6, knight takes d5, but there's queen takes f6 and queen takes f2 check. Oh, there's also queen takes g2 mate. That's good. Yeah,
Yeah,
if
that's the point of activating the long
Exactly.
diagonal. Yeah, and we have been very critical of Niels's bishop b7. What I really like about Niels's play in this game so far, that it's very consistent. Yeah, that he is not mixing ideas like, okay, you know, I played bishop b7, then I regret it. He's following a straightforward path. And that's actually, practically speaking, I think one of the most important things that you have to do, because of course, if you make a real blunt, I mean a real mistake, and then you have to correct it, it's one other thing. But if you have a so-called way of continuing the spirit, you have to go with the flow of the position.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, and it's a real tough one. It's a real tough one. Credit to Niels, because it looked as though out of the opening he was potentially looking very bad, and he found this counterplay. He found a way to mix it up. He's a fantastic calculator as well. Let's be honest. Niels, one of his big strengths. I know Niels. I've spent a lot of time with Niels. I remember playing in Gibraltar, for example, going to dinner with Niels. We'd often have a good chuckle at dinner. He does like his compositions, Peter. So he would often show us a composition, some puzzle, and that's a sign of a very good calculator, somebody who's very creative, as Niels is, and that serves him extremely well. So that's one of his fortes, and this is one of those positions where you can basically chuck your fundamentals out the window to a certain extent. This is more about brute force calculation than pattern recognition, because it's such a unique position. So I'm very curious, and I wonder if Magnus is going to be slightly frustrated here, thinking, goodness, I was happy at the opening, I felt comfortable. Now I'm in a kind of calculation dogfight with Niels. Is he going to be slightly frustrated? Very well could be, because I can't assess, I can't give you, I don't know what you think here, Peter, but I feel very uncomfortable giving an assessment here in this position.
One of the things I would like to mention, you already mentioned about Niels, that all these things that you mentioned, that all this also means for me that he's very passionate about chess. Yeah, and when you see this position, then suddenly you feel, that there is all this excitement, all this dynamic, and this gives extra energy and extra motivation for Niels. That's also one argument. Another argument for Magnus also, that if he's in this so-called funk and this frustration and all together, then he might feel like, okay, but maybe this is exactly the position which I need, because I have to force myself, he just cannot rely on routine moves. Yeah, he has to really show why he's Magnus Carlsen, and I believe that the Magnus Carlsen in his element can really not refute. It's like too much war, because then we would say that we don't believe in what Black is doing. But I feel like, he's the master who can counter this counterplay from Black. Yeah, because you really have to be a maestro. If you just make some routine move, you just misjudge something, Black will take over. Yeah, and you better not give this chance for Niels. And I believe that maybe this is exactly what Magnus needs. I mean, it's a challenge, and he has to use all his force. I mean, he just cannot sit there and be in his deep funk, as he said. He needs all his strengths now.
Agreed. Shall we go back to, well, we haven't looked at the Tari game for a while, and actually we have a result. I see we have a result. Van Forest against Donchenko has ended in a draw, so that slight pull for white. Jordan didn't find a way to make progress.
Yeah, this is the typical position that black just locks everything down. Yeah, it looks ugly what black is doing, but he had a very, very nicely timed knight h5 move, using the fact that after bishop takes e7, he might have this knight f4 jump tempo, and then his knight might go to e6, d4 later, because white has also committed b3. And this also brings me to think that was this move b3 necessary? Yeah, because if he would not play the move b3, then black getting his knight to e6, yeah, it's a nice achievement, but it's not end of the story, because whenever the knight lands on d4, then white will be able to kick it away with bc, bc. But after making the move b3, suddenly this c3 idea does not exist anymore. And after knight h5, we see Jordan's reaction, bishop e3, like acknowledges that now black can take on g3,
Right.
and with h5 make sure that white doesn't get g4 in, and just puts f6, king g7, rook to f7, rook h8, and he just sits and waits. And there is, without the knights, there is no way of making progress. That's why then the game finished with repetition, because okay, you just cannot break this position.
Yep, pretty good result for Donchenko. Jordan won't be too upset. He's still up there, so he'll be waiting to see. Yeah, the Giri MBL game is, it is going to be game of the day potentially for Jan.
Yeah, exactly. I have the same feeling. I mean, looking at this position, seeing this, I see there is the Magnus Carlsen Grandilios game, spectacular position. The game Radek Wojtasek against Fabiano Caruana, very, very interesting. But also Firuza Yesipenko is completely crazy, and we're going to have an incredible dramatic time scramble there by Firuza. I'm pretty sure about this. But here the house is burning right away, so let's try to figure out what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, it is it's a sort of position that, I certainly prefer playing from the black side, but objectively speaking, of course, it's a different story. I don't know.
But look at this now. So there are many, many interesting options. I mean, even just leaving the bishop on f5, just taking on c4 immediately and allowing bishop f5, gf5. Later connecting with, okay, black gets e4, bishop e5 in, it's gonna be game over. Of course, white will never give this. It's a big decision, because you can also argue that white to spoil the structure if you can just take and take. But this pawn on f5 actually adds to the dynamics.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's something that MBL is definitely going to consider. Let's play the standard route, though. Okay, let's take on c2.
Mm-hmm.
And take on c4. Okay, so already bishop b4 is in the air. There is some e4, bishop e5 idea also in the air. Getting the bishop to the long diagonal makes a lot of sense. So we actually kind of need a move here. And if queen d3, that feels wrong somehow.
Yeah, you anyway can simply imply the pressure with queen c7, and you step into e5,
Exactly.
e4.
Exactly.
But, I also wanted to mention the reason why I like to have things under control in a chess game is because I'm a pessimist. Yeah, that I feel, if I lose the control, I might lose the game. Yeah, that's why I better make sure that I have everything under control. And I feel like white has completely lost the control here. I don't care about exchange sacrifices. I mean, we all know those position exchange sacrifices from Tigran Petrosyan that he has played, the famous world champion, which were much less dangerous from the opponent, and they were still effective. I mean, this one, I believe that white has to fight for his survival. I mean, especially in a practical game, I think that if you could just say that, okay, now we signed the score sheet, it's a draw, white will definitely say, yes, I'm very happy, I agree. And black will say, hang on, wait a second. I mean, I believe I understand I'm exchanged down, but I believe that I'm pressing here.
Yeah, I fully agree. And you, the player you don't want to have here is Maxime. Of all the players, so resourceful, knows these structures so well. Yeah, I would be concerned here with white. Again, feels as though, again, from an objective point of view, that there should be a way for white, but it's all well and good seeing the engine bar, remain at where it is. The engine bar doesn't actually tell you moves. It just tells you the objective valuation. So finding a move here is extremely tough. I don't see a clear idea here for white.
Yeah, I'm definitely very happy that I'm not sitting on the white side right now. It would be nightmare. I mean, it's a terrible position. The only problem now for Maxim is that he has two equally very tempting options. I mean, there are a lot of arguments also for this direct taking on c4, just also for the pure aesthetical reasons that, I even do allow breaking my structure, but I also see that even this I can do, and maybe I'm even getting half extra tempo in order to get my dynamics going. At the same time, there is this voice inside you that, okay, why do I need this if I anyway have a lovely position after takes, rook takes c4? And let's not forget that Maxim is having a terrible tournament so far, but I believe that if you have a bad tournament, but at the end of the tournament, you finally finish the tournament with the feeling like, yes, I was shaky at the beginning, I was in terrible shape, but now my game is getting better and better. You can much better digest a bad result than if you never get a chance to come back. And look at this, Maxim plays e4, I mean a third option.
Also something we didn't talk about, and on one hand, a very logical option, claiming that the bishop on c2 is no better than the bishop on f5, keeping some additional pieces on the board. The fact that bishop e5 is now on tap for black, this is a very decent idea as well that we didn't talk about. Goodness, I would be very annoyed to see that move as white, actually.
Okay, the only reason why I'm not shocked by e4 is that I was already pessimistic. Yeah, so I mean, simply I felt like I'm having a very tough time. I feel that after the move e4, maybe I understand that in long terms e4 is a wonderful move because the bishop on c2 can be a real problem. Black gets some bishop e5 in, he might just crush. But after e4, maybe do I have some queen e3, rook d4? I mean, I would be happy to sacrifice the exchange back just to get rid of something. It's of course much easier said than done because after
even that ending looks terrible for white.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, everything collapses. So using this direct moment with some queen e3 doesn't seem to work at all. Then what do I do? Help me out.
I'm trying to find a move here.
Because for some reason, I mean, the engine bar is not liking this move so much. Yeah, it's interesting. That
I don't see it.
Why he doesn't? I mean, these engines are also driving me crazy. If we would not have this engine bar, I would be saying that, wow, I mean, what a move. Like this, I'm slightly skeptical, but maybe I'm skeptical for a wrong reason. Can I use the time and take on a4? Could that be? But it looks so scary.
Take on a4? I'm not unhappy, right? So I go rook takes c4.
Yes, bishop
b3. Bishop b3. I play some rook c5 or something. Let's start with rook c5.
Yeah. I mean, I at least did get this b3 square, but I mean, if I gonna get bishop e5, I might not be too happy.
Next.
Yeah. Okay. Now maybe I can, but I cannot. I want to get this. Okay. I'm gonna go queen e3.
Okay. Bishop e5.
Bishop e5. I'm gonna defend.
Can I? No, I can't. Okay.
E3.
So rook c1. Let's just play some standard move that makes sense. Queen b4. Let's queen b. Where to put the? Okay, let's go queen a5 actually. Even that queen c7 might make more sense. Because I want to use the b pawn as well, Peter. I want to go b5, b4 at the right moment, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean it's It's
I
a
can even go queen
very
d6.
scary position. I mean, actually, honestly, I would have been relieved if I could have set up, the position with rook d4, rook hd1. But of course, rook d4 runs into rook c3 just to illustrate this tactical shot. Because if white could get rook d1, rook d4, and rook hd1, then I would say, and king b2, nothing can happen to me anymore. And okay, then I'm happy. But I'm just not getting it. By the way, we are getting the confirmation from Sotiris. He also asked me, just Peter, ignore this engine bar, rely on your feelings. The strong engine says e4 is perfectly fine. Then we didn't lose faith. It's fine. Everything is okay. Yeah,
there we go.
On a4. So this is also we at least spotted that. Yeah, this is something that white should try to get. Yeah, bishop to b3.
Okay, so yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see how Maxime, so I guess he has to take bishop b3. I don't know where best to put that rook. Well, I said c5. I'm not saying that's best because there could be an argument that c7 will, but even back to c8, because then some rook a8s might exist. I don't know. Let's just say rook c8, because also, yeah, queen d4. Now I have bishop c5. That might be a point, actually.
Yeah, there are all kinds of, but also queen d4 is so double-edged. You might also play this little move queen c7 and then hitting with bishop e5. The same was with rook c5. Yeah, it's a very tough call because both look very natural and good.
Yeah, this looks incredibly dangerous. I would hate, this is my nightmare, having this position with white. You can look at the engine bars all you want, but it's the sort of position you're analyzing in a game and everything looks doesn't work, or you find an idea for black. And he's got so many resources here. He's got the 4 pieces, and believe it or not, this little pawn on b7 makes a big difference to this position, because b5, b4 as a way of ripping open the final cover for this white king along that long diagonal is a big thing. So I absolutely dread playing positions like this as white. And I don't think Anish, I mean, he's a great defender. Let's be honest. Anish is a fantastic defender. No matter how much of a great defender he is, I would bet you that he is not enjoying this position as white at all.
Yeah, especially because also, I mean, Anish has very, very healthy chess education. Yeah, so he always likes aesthetics as well. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that if you ask him, he just tells you, okay, let me start a new game. I mean, I'm fed up of this, all these dark squares, everything. It's just too much to handle. But yeah, maybe if someone he can hold this position together. After all, now that I got the b3 square for my bishop, at least I feel like there is there is this justification that I might be able to sacrifice the exchange back. My main worry is that you will never take my exchange.
Yeah, I mean, I can take it when I want, right? That's the point. So yeah, I don't know where he's going to put the rook, but I still think black has got the better practical chances. Let's move on to another game.
Yes.
How about we go to the Firouzja game?
Exactly, yeah, because some incredible development has happened, First of all, Firouzja is down to 50 minutes.
Incredible.
Or more than 20 moves in a completely crazy strategical middle game. But what I really like that, you remember we were talking about this, that after queen c2, the move king h8 is so natural. Okay, you just remove your king from all these things. And then what happens? Because the players constantly need to adjust to their opponent's play, yeah? And after rook c1, he goes knight e8. And after queen b2, he makes the move king g8. Simply the aesthetic of this king g8 move, I just loved it.
Yeah, he's improving the king again. He's saying, well, now the king on h8 is a bit more vulnerable along the long diagonal. Play king g8, and again, ask white some questions. He does, well, and there's your answer. Pawn to g5. Wow. I mean, this is... yeah, I mean, this is a move. again, I think you hate to play. I feel as though this is a move you hate to play. Why doesn't F5 work? Yeah, F5 immediately. Exactly. Why doesn't F5 just work?
F5 played, and yeah, let's take a look at this bishop on H4 just to highlight, yeah, that okay, white will have to get this bishop back somehow to G3, but then you have to lose time for rook G1. Doesn't feel like you have the time to lose. And another thing that even after rook G1, bishop G3, you might run into some F5, F4 breaks, and your king on E1 is stuck. Very scary stuff.
I would again be. If you said to Yesipenko before this game that you can start this position on move 18 with 20 minutes extra on the clock, he would snap your hand off here. He would just say, yes, please. Thank you very much. Because I really don't like white's position.
You know, maybe I can try to quickly go knight BC, knight E5. I would love to trade these knights because then I get access to the E5 square. So, okay, before resigning, because I really believe that white's position might be very bad if I'm not using my momentum. Can I try to play knight B3?
You can. And what's the big idea if I just... I'm going to try and trick you, Peter. Okay, so I'm going to go bishop d7. And if you go knight a5, I'm going to try and make knight takes b4 work.
What? Knight takes b4. I mean, this is insane. By the way, knight b3 on the board, so I got it right that Alireza is relying, he's trying to play on the dark squares, wants to use the e5 square somehow. But I mean, this knight b4 is a stunner. I mean, I
saw it on the previous move. I didn't think it worked. I still don't know if it works, but it's certainly on the radar. Of course, the point being rook takes c7, knight d3 check. Even that is not completely clear with the bishop on d7. But the feeling is probably rook d7. Your
yeah,
bishop.
But I mean, my bishop on h4 is so ugly. I know I hate this from white side.
It's probably okay. And if you
knight a5, knight b4, I have to take on b4.
And now I go bishop b4.
Yes, and now I can claim that, you know, I have foreseen everything, and I just gonna rely on some e5 positional compensation. Yeah.
Yeah, good thing. I don't know. It's just an idea out of the corner of my.
I mean, also just to illustrate that it's not just one rook; it's basically
two rooks. Exactly.
Taking two rooks, and maybe still I'm gonna play bishop g3 and say that, you know, no, of course it doesn't work. Yeah, black goes some bishop b5 or whatever. It's clear that it's too much, but it just was funny to me. I mean, wow, this is what a spot. Knight b3, you know, and we had this discussion that you know, we heard your tweet, yeah, that you were promising that, you know, I want to become grandmaster in the next 1 or 2 years. What was it?
Yeah, well, we could talk about that another time. Yeah, I mean, basically, I'm in a situation now, Peter, where I can really go for it when Corona is a bit more under control. So I'm going to have. I think 1 year is way too optimistic, but I think the first kind of stage is 2 years. See where we're at. I've actually had a mathematician friend who also does kind of modeling and all of that sort of stuff give me my kind of decent stats on my expectations over a 1 year period, a 2 year period, and the number of games, and given my average opposition. And I'm going to be employing a coach. So,
you know, because, okay, before you go very, very deep, I just wanted to mention, because I'm not sure if you have heard my reaction to it, but basically I immediately remembered our Blitz game from the German team Blitz championship. And that, you know, it was the very first round that we met, and you played some D6, G6 Spanish, and basically I kind of tortured you. I was, you know, having everything under control, and we were both going down on the clock. I felt like, you know, I'm playing a model game, and suddenly at the very first moment when I give you a small chance, you hit me with some e5, e4, and knight takes b2, and, you know, I still remember it. I'm still in a state of shock, you know, that how I let that position slip, and you instantly, you know, with 4 seconds on your clock used it, and you almost beat me at the end. Yeah, it was a draw. But this came to my mind, and I felt like whenever you get those type of positions, then you are clearly incredible, fantastic player. Your positional skills, yeah, if you can combine all these universal things a little bit more, then you should be ready. It's of course easier said than done, but that move e5 e4, that was a clear shock to me.
Well, that's very humbling coming from you, Peter.
But I mean, you remember that, no?
I do remember it. And I also remember the thrashing you gave me in a classical game over the board in Isle of Man, and I've got a long way to go to even I'll be using a lot of your games for sure to try and improve my positional work. But fingers crossed. We'll see what happens. But I'm gonna give it a go. But it's very nice of you to say that, Peter.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, after I mentioned knight bc, and I was really hoping to illustrate that why this knight bc is such a nice idea. That it looks like white is in trouble, but I get this knight a5 in, and then I'm gonna fight for the e5 square, and then you hit me with bishop d7, knight a5, knight takes b4. I would expect this from Maxim MVL, but I mean, not in the commentary room. Yeah.
Well, I'm a trickster. That's the problem. I need to be more refined in certain spots. But yeah, I guess this is a position where you have to look at all resources. But again, I don't know. I don't know if bishop d7 is the right move. I don't know if there are other ideas here. Bishop d7 is obviously a move that you want to play with black to start connecting some pieces.
Yeah, because otherwise, okay, really, if I get knight a5 and I trade, then we all understand that, yeah, with this e5 square, the knight on e8 is also not that impressive anymore. And then the bishop from h4 might also later join the party with bishop g3. So it's very essential to the position that can you play the move bishop d7? Because if you just try to stop b6, yeah, I mean, try to stop knight a5 with b6, that might run into some timely b4, b5 at some point, and I'm still fighting for the c6 knight. So that's why this bishop d7 and knight b4 hit me as a cold shower.
Exactly. All right. Well,
yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, let's move on. But there is so much action, and I feel like this is what we are treated in Vikings in the Tata Steel Masters every run. That it's classical game. One could say that we have so much time, but no, everywhere action. And look at this. I mean, what he's creating? Everything according to plan. He has collected the pawn. He got his queen back to g6. I mean, to f6. Then played your idea g6, g5, getting control of the e5 square, h5, h5. I mean, a model game, no?
Yeah, this is a model instructive positional masterpiece. Once Fabi got a bit more coordinated after Queen f6 around this point. So yeah, he went bishop d2 and bishop c1. So be really curious to hear why he didn't go bishop c1. Maybe that line we saw before with knight d4 and f5 actually somehow worked. But around here, let's see Fabi get into Fabi zone. Lovely h4, gaining space. And now securing the knight on e5. Queen c5 might have threatened f4. So Queen c1, sorry, might have threatened f4. So g5, this is an idea borrowed from the Benoni structures, some e4, e5 structures as well. Stopping f4, beautiful stuff. Bishop b5, rook e7. Okay, rook e3. Now gets the queen out the way. Bishop e2 brings the other rook in. Queen c2, knight. Pure flow here, Peter. This is just... all the moves of Fabiano flowed effortlessly here. And you have to say after f3, you really fancy Fabiano here. I mean, he's got an extra pawn. He's got full coordination in his pieces. And the truth is, it just looks like these bishops aren't working to their maximum capacity. You've got a great blockade on e5. So what if you just play a natural move like knight f4 here? That's the first jump you look at. Bishop f1. And now you look at all the pawn breaks, of course, to see if they work, because the king is slightly poorly placed. I don't think anything works, though. Yeah. And g4, and just try and... yeah, this is very natural as well, isn't it? Just trying to undermine this e4 pawn. And if f4, knight f3, is that your idea?
Yeah, probably, but I mean, yeah, it's very tempting. On the other hand, black has such a nice position that you ask yourself, do you need this? Yeah, this is the only question. But yeah, otherwise it's also very principled. Yeah, trying to get all these things in. Okay,
Maybe you don't have to do so. After knight f4, bishop f1, can you just improve? This is where this talking with you about this position also is so instructive, because how do you wait here efficiently as black, or how do you improve?
Well, also there is an argument that maybe breaking the structure is kind of important or desired, because white's pieces are somehow complete. I mean, white is pawn down, so has the two bishops. One could argue that okay, somehow he looks for counterplay, but I'm not entirely sure even that where is this counterplay. Yeah, fg queen g4, all kinds of threats on the g2 pawn. You might just remove your king, and if you get your rook to g8, it might be all over. I mean, even this thing is very, very dangerous. It depends on the style. Fabi is also 20 minutes ahead on the clock. Yeah, knight f4 played. It might be also that after knight f4, we're going to see a move like h3 from the white side, just to, yeah, I'm ready to depart from the light square bishop. Just please don't hit me with g4 or h3, whatever, because from white side in the time trouble, your opponent attacks you immediately. You might just collapse.
Yeah. After bishop f1, just to as a suggestion, you mentioned g4. What about just playing king h7 here as a way to say, okay, well, I'm going to play g4. Yeah, and if you go h3 now, yeah, I guess you don't want to allow h3, do you really?
Okay, you have such a nice position that probably whatever you do, you will be clearly better, yeah? Only that which type of clearly better you already prefer in this position, yeah? That's one of the very big questions. And because you can maybe think like, okay, so you parried the threats, I'm gonna play a long game and I'm pawn up after all and having these wonderful knights. But I wouldn't be surprised if Fabi feels like, you know, I have 20 minutes on the clock, 20 minutes more time on the clock. I want to create some even practical problems immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, so I believe that we can move on, because here Fabi has things under control.
Wow, a lot has happened in the Magnus game, huh?
Yeah, let's just jump in right there. So after bishop g5, we see the trade, and we had this argument that probably taking on g5 is only justified with the rook a3 idea. Magnus had a different mind, but sorry guys, before we go deeper, I believe it's quiz time. No, Lorenz, so it's quiz time now.
Oh, it's quiz time. Right, it is. Yes, it is quiz time. So it is exactly on the hour, correct? And so I believe this is where I'm going to give the question to you guys for today. Then we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we'll announce the winner. So I think that's what we're going to do. And here is your quiz for today, your quiz question. How many players have won or tied for first in the top group of Tata Steel while representing a country that no longer exists? While representing a country that no longer exists. So that would be, for example, Czechoslovakia, let's say, Peter, I guess, is
yeah, Yugoslavia, I believe, Soviet Union, yeah, all these countries.
Right, exactly.
Well, sounds like a very tough question, yeah?
Tough question, yeah. I'm going to have a think about it. And I think with that, Peter, we are going to go for a very quick break. We've got a lot of exciting games on the board, so we'll only be a few minutes because we don't want to miss the action. We're getting close to the time scrambles as well. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Think about that question, and we'll reveal the winner when we get back. See you very, very soon.
I'm National Master Brian Tillis, and welcome to Chessable, the single greatest resource for learning openings. Now, you're here because you're interested in
It is very good news for him that he has 30 minutes on the clock, twice more than Radoslav Wojtaszek, to play this with white pieces, to have no time on the clock, to be pawned down. Um, I don't see any hopes for Wojtaszek here.
And I mean, just another move to throw in as a possibility for Fabi is h3 for black, right? Just even if it costs you a pawn, just to make f3 tender and the light squares weak. This just is so unpleasant for Roddick. And we should point out that Roddick, he has won some great events for. He won the Isle of Man 2018 tournament where he played Arkady Naidic in a tiebreak match, and he won that. So Roddick has had great success. He's been over 2750, but right now this is a moment that it feels like the has just been going Fabi's way. The entire game since the opening has been to Fabiano's advantage and pleasure. So I think that Roddick just ran into a well prepared opponent who knew how to just kind of get under his skin.
So the King's Indian worked.
It did work to perfection.
It indeed worked very well for Fabiano. Shall we get back to Anish versus Maxime, because we have some updates. Position changed now. The bishop is on e5, and we left somewhere here where after c3, a4, bishop c2. Maxime played e4 not to trade the light squared bishops, and after bishop takes a4, rook takes c4, this was everything expected. Bishop b3, rook c5, and rook he1, leaving the ideas with h5 all alone. Rook he1, bishop e5, rook e3, a nice defensive mechanism, right? Because rook could not go to h3.
And bishop f4 can actually pin and win the rook, but that would be a bad choice because this position is not just about the extra material that white has. Look at that d pawn, look at the queen d4 square for the white queen, and I'm happy to give back the rook for that really promising bishop.
Definitely. Rook e3 was played, so after rook e3, queen d6 to blockade the d5 pawn, that's very natural. And after king b2, b5, a3 to stop all kind of b4, rook c8, and rook a1. This is the current position, very difficult position, I would say. Yes, white has an exchange, but black's bishop on e5 is just a monster because it doesn't have an opponent.
And my biggest question now is if I gave white 3 free moves and not moves that are just going to capture black's pieces, what's white's idea? What does white do here?
It's very difficult question for me to answer. I would run with the king. I would be like, run.
Actually,
somewhere.
I think you
somewhere there.
You're calling it correctly. I think that's what is going to happen or what should happen, because when you put a rook on a1, you're defending your pawn a3, and you think about playing a4, but a4 would just walk right into b4, and that bishop on e5 slices through the position, pinning that pawn on c3. So I feel like white doesn't really have many options, and king c2, king d1, something like that may be necessary. But I also look, if I go king c2, that bishop on f5 is pretty happy, because if I can push e4 to e3, and win your queen. So let's say black plays king h8 or something.
King
After
h8.
king c2, can I go rook takes c3 check?
Sure, that's very scary. Rook takes c3, rook takes c3, and e3. And the queen on d2 is lost. So white has to be more careful then. Maybe run with king c1?
Hard to believe, but even with like b4 comes to mind for black. I just see so many attacking ideas for black, and maybe white just does nothing. Maybe you go like rook a2, rook a1 or something like that, or rook c1, rook a1, but it doesn't feel very pleasant to make moves like that, especially when you're material ahead.
No, I would definitely pick black to play this position, because black's bishops and black's pieces, they are dominating, and White cannot use the extra material.
Yeah. It just Maxime is now turning this around, but the clock is about even. They already moved 34, so they're approaching the time control. And I see that the evaluation bar says zeros, which means that probably there's just repeating moves of rook h1, rook a1, rook c1. Just stop black's immediate threats, and maybe black can't make any progress either.
Yeah, indeed. Let's go back to Ariantari versus Jan-Christoph Duda.
Okay.
A lot of things happened here. Somehow e4, e5 is there. We left it somewhere here where we were very happy with White's position, with the pawn center. The rook fc8 was played, as we mentioned. Bishop d2, queen c7, rook b4.
Yeah, I had the same
Stopping
reaction.
queen c4?
I guess it stops queen c4, but my reaction was the same. Like, wait, that's a weird looking move.
Yeah.
Yes,
Rook
very
b4,
strange.
e6, rook c1, and
that
d5.
is a great move because you see a queen hanging on c7, a rook on c1, happy to move the knight out the way. But knight takes d5 would actually be a mistake because throwing queen takes c1 check, and we trade a queen for a rook and two minor pieces because of the checks, and then I pick up the knight, and black is thrilled.
Exactly. So d5, e5, and after knight d7, knight e2 was played. This is the current position.
Mm-hmm.
5 e5, knight d7, knight e2.
Okay, hello everybody, and welcome back to coverage of round 9 from the Tata Steel Masters. Joined by my good friend and oracle of chess, Grandmaster Peter Leko. Peter, before the break, we gave the viewers a quiz question, and I didn't mention the prizes. Prize is actually a 3-month premium and aggressive Queen's Gambit Decline course by Chessable, as well as a King's Pawn t-shirt from chess24.com/store. So really lovely prize. The question was, how many players have won or tied for first in the country that no longer exists? And the answer is apparently there are 20 players. It's how many, you didn't have to name them, just how many. And the winner of the competition is, and I'll do a drum roll, Fish 1 or Fish 1. So congratulations, Fish 1. I guess our team will reach out to you. Perhaps you can reach out to us. We'll sort it out. You have won the prize today. Well done to Fish 1. 20 players, Peter. Are you one of those players?
Well, it was kind of a very interesting moment for me because I was born in Yugoslavia, in Subotica. However, I was of course representing Hungary. So yeah, I was not one of them. But as Sotiris said, we had 13 players from Soviet Union and 7 players from Yugoslavia. I mean, impressive 20 victories.
Absolutely. Okie dokie. Well, back to the chess. We've still got pretty much all the games in play. Quick update for anybody who has just tuned in. We had a draw in Van Forest against Donchenko, and my understanding is the rest of the games are ongoing with plenty of tense positions. And the games of the day, in my opinion, Firouzja, Yepisenko, Carlsen, Grandelius, Wojciech Caruana also up there now, as well as Giri MVL. We got a bunch of action right at the top of the table. So, Peter, where do you want to go first?
Yeah, it's really so exciting. It's very hard to jump. Okay, very quickly, just to illustrate that it wasn't an easy choice. Fabi has also spent a lot of time. Finally, just now opted for the move c6. He just wants to keep all the options open, and he doesn't want to commit. But look at this. We were talking that he was 20 minutes up on the clock. Now the clock situation has almost equaled out, so it wasn't an obvious choice also for Fabi. However, we are moving to the very next game. There is a lot of action and lot at stake in the Young Guns game between Alireza Firuz and Andrei Yesipenko. Look at this. We are seeing some white is getting closer of achieving what I have been dreaming of the e5 square. At the same time, Andrei is trying to make sure, by putting his knight via g7 to h5, that whenever the bishop gets to g3, he might be able to trade it off. Interesting stuff.
Another tricky position, isn't it? Feels though, I think Ali Reza will be happier with the way things have gone over the past few moves. That's my
Exactly.
feeling.
I mean, basically, that's what I had in mind when I suggested this move knight b3, and I feel like that Yesipenko has missed your tactical resource. We don't know what computers is saying, but practically speaking, I really believe that this was something of a very, very big importance. So he played the move knight g7, knight a5, bishop d7, exactly those scenarios that I had in front of my eyes, like castles, rook a8, knight take on c6, you take. I have all kinds of a4 ideas. First of all, before there was the danger that white could be worse, and it was a very dangerous position. Now that white, Alireza has eliminated the knight from c6. White is so much more stable, and one has the feeling, as you mentioned, that white can no longer ever be worse, but white might be actually better at some point. Queen b6 on the board.
Yeah. Still a very difficult game to call. What to do now? Because your bishop on h4 is still so silly. So what are you actually supposed to do here with white? Let's see if we can... Some rook c2, exactly. The move you just played, rook c2.
Yeah, protecting the queen. So now white is already settling. Black will be forced to move back with the bishop to d7.
And then what's the follow-up? Because black does cover all the entry squares on the c file. Can you think about knight e5 here, or is it too early? I mean, it's certainly a move you have to look at in all positions, because if bishop e5, d5, you do make the d4 square available, and you make the c7 square available for entry at the right moment. The question is, does it allow f4? Is f4 a move here? I guess f4 is kind of a move here.
It's kind of a move. On the other hand, when you play the move queen d4, I can take and jump with the knight to f4, hitting the d3 bishop, and then all of a sudden b5 pawn becomes vulnerable. So that was also one of the reasons why, especially that Alireza has played the move rook c2. I somehow had the feeling that he wants to make sure that he waits one more move somehow. Like maybe to play the move rook fc1, because after all, it's not obvious what, maybe you're gonna play rook a8 or what exactly, because if you break me with f4, I might have e4. Okay, I understand b5 pawn is hanging, and my bishop might be kind of eternal trapped on h4. Still, I believe that this f4 e4 structure does feel good for white.
Yeah.
Rook e1. Look at this, a stunning move, rook e1.
Wow. What is this?
I mean, we would have never been able to spot this, even if someone tells us that we have 5 candidates. I believe that rook e1 would have not one of them. I think it's based on the fact that, Alireza wants to make sure that after f4 he gets e4, and then he claims that his rook on e1 is even so much more useful than rook fc1.
Wow. That is a move out. That is, as they say, beyond my pay grade. That move, rook e1. That's a move I really would struggle to play over the board. I mean,
Okay, well,
Okay.
it's
All right.
also very hard to explain, but look at this. What is happening in Anish Giri Maxim game? I mean, we have
he's-
some incredible fireworks.
yeah, some d6 on the board. But as you said in the break, Peter, you know, Anish has done extraordinarily well to set up some kind of fortress where he's got enough defenders, he's protecting c3. It still looks extremely scary. Your bishop is pinned. Yeah, how did it go? That's very curious. So we last left it around here. Yeah, bishop b3, rook c5.
Yes,
Rook
he has played the move rook e1 to make
Yeah.
sure that he gets rook e3,
Yeah. bishop-
cementing the position. But his main point was, yeah, that after queen d6, he's in time to go king b2, and against your idea of breaking with b5, b4, he's in time to play a3.
That's very nicely done. Rook c8. Maybe rook c5 then wasn't correct because he could have got maybe a position with the rook already on c8 and saved a very valuable tempo.
Yeah, that might be an argument between rook c5 and rook c8. However, it was so difficult to foresee.
Yeah.
We were also like not really sure that what do we prefer and actually what are the differences. On one side, one could feel that putting the rook on c5 and then maybe playing queen c7 is so natural, that you target the c3 pawn with the rook first. But yeah, this was a nice defense. However, we also talked in the break that despite seeming that Anish is doing an incredible job holding on to his position, it's still very dangerous.
Yeah. D6 on the board, trying to give some luft, some air to this position, also distract the black rook sometimes with d7. Rook b8 is a played and the most natural move on the board. Now I guess he wants to go rook a3.
Yes, he has
Or
to.
does he? Bishop, sorry, you can't go bishop that. Of course he wants to go rook a3 here. And now what?
Well, I mean, there are all kinds of bishop e6 moves.
Yeah, bishop e6, I guess his idea is d7, is it?
D7, yeah, it has to be played. I mean, it's complete madness what is happening. But yeah, this is the point, and Anish is still taking his time after rook b8. He has 20 minutes. I mean, it does feel like rook a3 has to be played, but is there some argument behind some queen d1 move trying to, but it looks too awkward.
Somehow.
I don't believe in it. I mean, rook a3 is so much more natural.
It really is, yeah. But I don't see a reason why queen d1 loses, at least for the moment. Unless there's some... Maybe you can go bishop e6 there. And then there's still rook a3, right?
Yeah, I mean, anyway, I was thinking that if not for d7, you still have the move queen d1 as well. So it wasn't a killing threat.
No. Mm-hmm.
But I mean, yeah, it's very, very scary because one thing that I hate from white side, that I'm in such a box that if I put also rook to a3, maybe you just stop d7 somehow. I don't know if maybe bishop d7 is too brilliant because it doesn't feel right. But I mean, somehow you manage to block the pawn and I'm completely pegged. Yeah, nothing really moves here. But I mean, hang on. So rook a3, bishop e6. If you play a move like d7, can I just play the move rook d8?
I mean... Yeah, you can. I don't see a way to refute that. And we're...
Probably you sidestep, but king a2, then you run into some check. It's, yeah, very, very complex. Complete craziness here.
Okay. Yeah, king a2, I guess what I can do is take on b3 check, rook b3, and then either queen a4, rook queen a4. Because if you go king b2, I go rook takes d7, right? That's the point.
Yeah, I wanted to have this rook a3 resource, but I'm not sure.
Can I even... I mean, I can give a check on c4. So queen c4 check. That's the first move you look at. If king a1.
Yeah, very heavy-heartedly.
Yeah, but you're kind of holding, aren't you? You're
I'm
kind of
kind of holding, yeah, and I still have this irritating d7 pawn.
exactly.
Yeah. Aha, rook a3 finally on the board, so we might be getting an answer from Maxim what he has in mind. Because okay, black has a wonderful position, however, white has at least a clear plan with d7 and creating some confusion there. So
Yeah, this one is not easy, is it?
yeah, not easy at all. I mean, if you are not playing the game yourself and you are not 200% concentrated, which I believe you have to in
Yeah.
this position, I mean, just 100% might not be enough. I mean, this isn't the position where 100% is enough. And maybe somewhere, you know, to spot some very quiet move. Yeah, that exactly thanks to some quiet move, everything falls in place and all these d7 tactics will work out in black's favor. After all, white is completely pegged. Yeah. Even maybe just something like retreating the queen to c5 because you are pinned. I mean, I'm not sure that this is a good move. I'm just saying that even such move might be a solution because then you are setting bishop takes d6, then the queen is no longer attacked.
Right.
And actually, how do I react to queen c5?
If I go d7 here.
Yes, you go d7 and now what I wanted to do is to, first of all, I have some bishop d6 move.
Wow.
Just hinting at your rook. Can I? But then you go rook a6 and then I hit your b5 bishop. Then d8 queen you have.
D8
Okay.
queen at the end. Yeah.
This is it's very important that after this you have rook a6. If you can do that, then it's good for you. Yeah, and it seems that you can because you always have this d8 check. Okay. So this is too much, and otherwise if after d7 other choice was just simply to target this d pawn, but then I felt like you got queen d5 and then things are getting out of control. No. Okay, then it's time to wait for Maxim to show his brilliancy here.
Yeah.
But I do feel that somewhere this quiet little move might turn out to be the key.
Yeah, I somehow agree. Let's go back to the Carlsen game very quickly because Magnus has won a pawn on a6. I felt as though the tide was turning back in favor of Magnus, and still optically, I would be very worried here as black if I can't win this pawn back on b6. If I can win it back, then I'm probably okay. But do we win it back by force?
Yeah, probably the point is that we are not really getting back unless we lose something in return. Yeah, that's kind of a problem, and I feel like Magnus has played almost like a computer. Yeah, when it's a chaotic position, nobody really knows what's happening, and then everything falls in place. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And with perfect judgment, I mean, just very quickly to see that, takes, because we had to go for the break. We had quiz time, so Niels had played the move bishop e4. I have this feeling, that if black has to play bishop e4, then kind of I'm relieved from the white side because that bishop was very dangerous, and I was more worried of some, all this going for the attack stuff with rook f6. However, probably the players have judged that it might not work. But definitely if black has to play bishop e4, bishop d3 now, you can take and play the knight b6. That's actually the whole justification of Magnus's play, this very well timed knight b6. Now black is not able to hang on to his d7 knight because after rook d8 probably he's hit by this tactics, takes, rook takes e5, and all of a sudden queen from h3 hits on d7. So takes. Okay, one can argue that if black is not losing on the spot, he might have some compensation, but even the pawn on a6 is hanging with a check, and that hurts. So it looks bad. Niels decided to capture on b6, and now we see how this passer on b6 appeared, and not just the passer, but the rook opened the a5 for itself. So h6. In the break, I was kind of mentioning that maybe black might be able to give up a pawn, but get the b6 pawn and rely on some initiative, some dynamics. but now I'm not seeing it. Suddenly I'm not seeing this queen. This is another very nice stabilizing move. Eyeing the f5 rook, also eyeing the weakness on a6. Niels played rook b8, rook takes a6. Not gonna be easy for Niels to create something here.
Yeah, it really feels as though the initiative has definitely been lost for Niels, and he's now in can I save this position mode compared to a few moves ago. So I think Magnus fully in control and will be looking to utilize that momentum in the position. I do see out the corner of my eye the Wojciech Caruana game where Radek has played the move g3, kicking this knight. So Fabi went c6, d5, and g3 has been played by Radek. And I wonder what's going on here. Because you feel as though if you kick that knight away, then d5 is dropping. So Fabi must have had an idea, right? So hold on a second, what's going on? So if I take, let's take, I think we should take. I think we should always take. Take. Does he want to go? No. G4 here? Because now the H file is open and we can deliver some rook H6. So G4?
Yes, certainly I share your feeling that Fabi has something special in mind.
And if FG?
Then queen g4.
Then queen g4, and you're hitting the rook. That's the point.
Yeah.
Okay. And if GF, that's just losing, is it? GF? Well, I was thinking GF3 check. Yeah. But hold on, bishop g2, it's...
Yeah, I have to play bishop g2, and how do you mate me?
Perhaps I... do I have queen? Do I have fg2, fe5, queen h5, hitting d1 and queen h1 at the same time?
Oh, but I was relying on some rook g3 check. It's nothing.
Rook g3. Yeah, king to the h file. Can it be?
Yeah, where do you go?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, this is always
Really
nice to say
question.
somewhere to the h file. Yeah.
Yeah, king. I'll have to go king h8. King h7 runs into queen f5 check, and I lose. So king h8.
Yeah, king h8, and yeah, look on d1 and also queen h1.
So queen f3.
Queen f3. You still.
I'm kicking and screaming.
Yeah, actually, if you are kicking and screaming, then you might be winning at the end. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I don't see.
Yeah, here it goes on, but I'm pretty sure that it's GF.
You want to go knight takes f3.
G4. That's for sure, and we're gonna see this on the board. The question: G takes f4. How do we kill? By the way, you also have this argument that you just take knight takes f3 check. Yeah.
Yeah, and if king g2.
Yeah, and okay, after king g2, you still, you do all this business that you want to do anyway.
Oh, queen takes e4 exists also.
Okay,
yeah.
then I take rook f3 at least. Yeah, then maybe I'm still. Finally, also queen c2 check seems to win at the end. Just to illustrate this.
Oh yeah.
This line that the bishop is hanging, and after queen f2 there is rook e2. I mean that's already one spot. Besides, I mean, with this knight on f3, I even felt like maybe just some slow move like d and then doubling on the h file might also do the job. I mean, Radek in big trouble. Yeah. Yeah, AG. I mean, there is no way.
He has to go.
No way that Fabi
result in Tari against Duda? That looks like it is a draw. If that's
that's a draw. That was one of those relatively calm games. I mean, it was interesting strategical wise, but I mean, we have so much action that we couldn't give enough attention to that game. I also see that, look at this, Maxim has played the slow move queen b7. I mean, we kind of felt it that, yeah, there will be some small quiet move coming. I don't know exactly how strong it is, but it's on the board. Queen b7, making sure that white is not getting d7 in so easily.
Yeah.
And look at this also in Firuza's game. There are some developments. I mean, black activated his look on the c file, but Alireza is going for the a file, and Firuza is definitely speeding up. He still has 7 minutes because he was down to 8 minutes on move 24, and now it's move 34, and he only spent like 1-2 minutes for the last couple of moves.
But what's going on here? This looks great for black, does it not?
Okay, great in the sense that probably black is very solid, but I don't believe that black can be any better.
Really? Okay, because you just think white is also, there's not enough weaknesses, and
yeah, but of course, yeah, I understand that this bishop on h4, I mean, if this bishop would be anywhere else on the board, I would be claiming almost winning advantage, right. Yeah, because then I would be able to challenge the d6 bishop, but yeah, with bishop on h4, it's not gonna be easy. Yeah, maybe black is just perfectly fine, but okay, white shouldn't be in any danger as well.
Yes, it takes.
What? And Fabi missed g4. Fabi just takes d takes
wow.
c4. Okay, it might be good, but the other one was too powerful, no? But hang on, now also Radek goes for gf. He takes the piece anyway, so we might have another solution as well. gf, and okay, but what is Radek doing? I mean, you open up this. I was truly expecting after d4 something like fe4, no? And you are not breaking the structure, and I felt like this is the justification how Radek wants to survive. For example, knight g4, queen f3, queen h5, something like rook c2, protecting, or rook d2, maybe even better, but rook c2, and I'm hanging in there.
Yeah, you are, and it could get messy.
Yeah, but I mean, after gf, it's this is not checkmate. You know, I was telling Tanya also that one thing I'm not good at delivering checkmate. So whenever it's direct checkmate, please take over, because I'm not able to spot those easy mates.
No, but I mean, isn't this just a better version of everything we've just seen?
Yeah.
Because knight takes f3, e takes f3 is coming. I don't even see. Okay, let's say he goes king h1. Let's just say, for example, king h1. And now
we have the G and the H file already open against this king. How is Radek planning to survive? I mean, he had like 30 minutes and he played GF4 almost instantly.
No, this is bad. This is king h1. You can go queen h7 because queen h2, rook h6. No, this is just over. Rook h6 is just end.
This is
fini, as Laurent Fessinet would say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I even have the, you know, because he played g takes f4, it almost felt like he make a hand mistake, like instead of fe4 he took
no,
g.
I know what he wants to do. He wants to go queen g2.
You think like this?
Yes.
Okay, getting an endgame at least, yeah?
Yeah, and the point is that okay, so if knight takes f3, check. King h1. But then can I go?
King h1. I saw that you want to take, but
no. I don't want to take. I think this is idea. He wants to go king h1.
Wow. Okay, but this is insane. I gonna I almost wonder, you know, I gonna go king g7, rook h8, yeah, running into this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be
embarrassing. Yeah.
That would be insane, yeah.
Okay, so how do you do this?
okay, I mean, but it looks completely winning, yeah, for many, many reasons.
Can you even go queen takes g2 here?
Yeah, I mean, queen takes g2, also something like king h7, and then just taking back on g6.
Yeah.
I mean, it's because if I move my king, I'm threatening to, okay, if you trade, I'm gonna
But
take.
now maybe I can go rook takes f3. This is the trick. And some bishop b3 at the
And now you're gonna take on f3, yeah?
yeah, now I take on f3. If you go ef3, I go queen h3 check, queen h6, bishop b3. And I swindle you.
Yeah. Well, at least, yeah, you keep your
I might
the
even
game
win.
going. But yeah, I mean, the position is so lost that it's difficult to say anything. Yeah. I don't know. So, but also queen g2. Hang on. So knight f3. I was expecting, to be honest, rook takes f3 and then try to trade and king f2 and block like this. But do I have ef? Let's just compare.
Yeah, ef3 is interesting. So queen g6,
rook g6,
king f2, I guess. We can't go to the h file there because king g6.
I mean, I also have some rook g3 followed by knight g4 check.
That's really nice.
And actually knight g4 is a checkmate, yeah?
Mate.
This is funny.
No, that's devastating.
Yeah, that's
the
more forcing, yeah?
Yeah, I like that. So ef3, queen g6, rook g6, and if I go king h1, we're just going king g7 or something, right? Or is this, no, there's rook takes f3. I'm going to blunder rook takes f3. Okay.
Yeah, just to show this.
Yeah, that would be rather embarrassing and a pretty standard blunder. So what is the way here then?
Yeah, funny. Queen g2 on the board. It's played, so you were absolutely right. Radek is relying on this.
Yeah, he's relying on this, but okay. So
also I have somewhere some very primitive play like f2, and I might get my rook to e1 also. Yeah, ef3 on the board. We might be seeing this.
Okay, so ef3. I mean, you have to take the queen, right? There's no.
Yes, there is just because rook f3, knight f3 is.
It's over, yeah. So.
Yes, I have to take, and then you're gonna take rook g6, and it's a check.
It is a check, and king f2, rook g3, as you said, is beautiful and wins. So king h1, you want to just go f2, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to do that because I feel like, there should be something much more easy and simple. But after f2, I'm also setting some rook g1, knight g4 checks and so on. So it might be primitive and effective.
Yeah, I like it. Looks good.
This idea, it's looking very, very bad. Hang on, look at this. Magnus has done something very, very nice. I mean, at least very eye-pleasing after rook takes a6, rook f6. In order to win the pawn on e5, I mean, this is beautiful. Not attacking the pawn on e5, he goes g3. And after takes, goes f4.
Oh, that's really nice.
This is beautiful. Yeah, and after queen d8, now takes rook takes e5. And yeah, Niels takes on b2, but thanks to the c2 pawn, white has the second rank under control. And with this king on h8, long terms, you're not going to survive this.
Right.
You're not going to survive this. Okay, so quick update also. Niels has only 1.5 minutes on the clock. Magnus still has 8.5 minutes. I believe that Magnus has all the rights to believe that he will convert this, and he will. But let us jump quickly back to this Fabiano game. Is Radek finding some incredible resource, or there is just nothing?
No, I think your move f2 is very strong. King h1 on the board.
Yeah.
Now you just don't want to blunder king g7. That will be really upsetting. Do not blunder king g7 here.
Yes. I mean, just one more time to illustrate. Yeah.
Hey, it's the sort of move you can blunder, No, he's not going to blunder that. He's got too much time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a typical blunder that can happen in a bullet game, yeah, because it will even not happen in a blitz game.
yeah, it wouldn't even have a blitz game. You're right.
Yeah. All right. So, okay, this is looking very, very bad. And Fabi will spot this. What is with Anish and MVR? Because this is a game, a fascinating game, completely out of control.
Yeah.
Anish now removed his king from this dangerous b file, yeah, with king c1. I mean, maybe for the very first time after move 20, I like this for the first time for white.
Yeah, somehow he's managed to play computer-like almost to get to this position to be able to defend. Queen d7. Okay, 9 minutes versus 5. So, question is now what?
I think little bit white is now in this trouble that the position was so scary and he was under so much pressure. He made the only moves, and now all of a sudden he has this like I got a second life. That okay, probably the position was fine, but I mean now white feels that he has the freedom of really finding some good idea, not just making only moves. I mean, one thing that also catches the eyes that you have something like queen d5 and then you can follow up with a rook a8 rook trade, which is kind of also very sympathetic. But queen d5 probably runs into rook b5, yeah? That's the idea.
Yeah. What about no?
Okay, good news for Anish is that now he's probably understanding that he's perfectly fine. I'm not sure that he understands that he's already like the engine bar is claiming he's clearly better, and he only needs to make 2 moves before the time control. Yeah, and this is very, very good news for him.
Well, d6 is. What about queen a2 threatening rook a7, for example, or?
Wow, but this is very counterintuitive, no?
Well, for me, I mean, your d6 is hanging anyway. You have to protect the rook on a3. It's going to be loose.
Yeah, but look at this. Anish follows my footsteps with.
Yeah, it's probably a better move. So.
I mean, I'm not sure if it's a better, but a more natural one. Yeah, it's
sure.
When you have played such a tough game, you feel like you don't want to make a messy move. Yeah, like he finally got everything under control to cover. And besides, after rook b5, I have queen a8 check, king g7, and rook a7. That's kind of important. Yeah. So you might not have the move rook b5, and if you don't have the move rook b5, then I'm gonna trade move 40 and feel like I have everything under control. I'm gonna have my coffee and slowly convert this.
Wow, I mean, if Anish wins this game, it's huge for the tournament as well. Remember, Anish is on 5 out of 8. It's a big deal if Anish wins this game. Also, just for his general mood, to be able to win a game when you're on, that's the sort of game, Peter, when you're on the back foot for the whole game and you're defending and you're defending and you're defending, and then you win the game. It's a beautiful feeling. I've never had it. I've never felt that. You have.
Yes, also not that often, but yes, I did have this pleasure. I know what you mean. Yeah, it's of course a very relief, and after the game you're also very proud because you can explain how difficult it was, and you are so proud that you have been able to navigate through all this jungle. Yeah, it was so scary. I mean, it was really amazing.
By the way, I see out the corner of my Firuza Yesipenko. The queens have come off, and we've got an ending which looks about as equal as you can get now. I mean, I see this being a draw in pretty much all circumstances because the white bishop.
Unless you blunder with f4, bishop f4, right?
Right. I was going to say don't play f4 immediately. That would be a shame. But ultimately, the bishop on h4 isn't trapped out of the game because you can move the f pawn. The bishop can come back via e1, and the knight can come back via g7, e8. So this game should just be a draw now. There's no way this shouldn't be a draw. So that's suddenly not so interesting. We haven't looked at the David Anton game forever. And we're, by the way, guys, if you want to see more of the David Anton Hari Krishna game, if you speak Spanish, I recommend you go to the Spanish tab on the Chess24 homepage, because my good friend and ex-housemate, Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, who I lived with for many years, is covering the event with El Divis, David Martin, and they're going to be putting more emphasis on this because, of course, they're good friends with David Anton. David Anton's the only Spanish player in the field. And we've got a position, well, we're going to leave it because I'm going to go and get my blanket and my pillow, and I'll see you at 3 o'clock in the morning, Peter, when this position finally comes to an end, because that game, David Anton is going to attempt to squeeze, although feels as though Harry probably has got enough going on there to hold it. But I think David Anton has every right to try and squeeze water from a stone there. So we'll leave that one on the back burner. Wojciech has played bishop h3 meanwhile, which was the move I was thinking about, by the way. Can we go knight f3? Oh, knight c4. Well, same idea. That's a beautiful little move. That's the end, isn't it? Because
yeah, it's the end of the game. Yeah.
That is truly the end. Gorgeous.
When you mentioned this game of David Anton and the Spanish broadcast, I felt like, this is exactly the position, what they got today, what the Spanish broadcast was dreaming of, yeah? David Anton had quite a rough tournament. There were many ups and downs, many unpleasant positions for him. He has also lost quite a lot of them. But today, this is perfect tranquilo, yeah? Just a dream and a therapy for nerves.
Yeah, this is one of those positions where you kind of love having it on one hand with white because you can never lose. Yet on the other hand, you kind of feel annoyed when you try for 7 hours and you don't win.
Yes.
You're like, oh God, But this one, there are clear ideas here. You can try and force g4, g5 at the right moment. You've just got to be careful always for this break of b4 by black to generate some squares and opportunities on the queen side, and I guess that's the big concern at the moment for David Anton. But knight c4, as we see on the board here, beautiful finish here by Fabi, hitting the bishop, threatening rook e1 check. That is all she wrote. Radek's gonna think a bit more here, but he will toss in the Tau, I believe, on this move. And Fabi as well. Hey, Fabi. Huge win for Fabiano Caruana. I said at the beginning of the broadcast, if Fabi wins today, he might become favorite. And given the fact that Ali Reza against Yesipenko looks like it's going to end in a draw, suddenly Fabi is going to be equal first going into tomorrow's round with Ali Reza Firouzja. And Fabi tomorrow plays none other, Peter, than Magnus Carlsen.
With the white pieces.
With the white pieces. And if Magnus manages to convert today, which it looks like he will, what a massive game that's going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's always a very, very special game. But also now after both players, if they, okay, Fabi is winning, but if Magnus wins today's game, then definitely his moral will be back. Yeah, his shakiness. Usually those are the things people always ask that, why don't you go to a psychologist or whatever? He might help you in difficult situations. No, I don't think that if you are playing badly or you are dissatisfied with your play, then anyone a part of a good game can help you. That's the only therapy. And when you get back your automatism, that you just start believing again in yourself that whatever you will do, it will work out in your favor, then things are really returning to normal. But without getting that feeling, doesn't matter whoever tells you what, it will not work.
Great, yeah. Absolutely. Where should we go? So Bishop, the Giri game is, that's great. We will have a look at the Magnus game. Queen a7 on the board.
I just feel because you see it's a terrible time trouble. Niels is down to 35 seconds, which means that he has played his last move 34, Queen a7 with 5 seconds on the clock. Magnus is 2 minutes. So we might be seeing some drama here time-wise, but the position is so technical that we can't really imagine that some big turn light might happen here.
Can you go? Yeah, you can't even go d3 for tricks. Yeah, it looks pretty hopeless here for Niels. 10 seconds.
10
What's
seconds.
He,
He might try it, you know, just to... No,
Queen a1. This is the move I was going to suggest. Queen a1. Exactly. You actually protect the very unusual way to protect the pawn, but you do protect the pawn, at least for the moment. Yeah, there's some rook e8. Hey, it's not over.
But okay, do I have queen e5? Maybe it's very nice.
I like that.
And hitting the rook and then some rook c7. I mean, if I okay, I have to watch out, because if you ever get queen h1 in, it might hurt, but I feel that I'm way too fast.
He did go queen e5.
No, not yet, not yet.
What if I go rook a8?
Rook a8, yeah, rook c7.
d3.
What? Wow. And the rook c8 check.
And I lose. That's a shame. King h7, queen f5 is losing. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I believe you're gonna lose anyway, but yeah, queen e5 is played. It's on.
Wait, actually, that position there, yeah, I still lose after rook takes c8, right? Queen a1, d takes c2, queen c1.
Yeah, well, I assume, but actually, yeah, it's gonna be a pawn endgame. It's gonna be a pawn endgame, but okay, it has no relevance. So queen b2, rook c7.
Ah, this is clever. Rook c7, d3 again. Ah, this is really clever, because then if rook c8, I take rook takes c2 check, and I win the queen.
Yeah,
so rook c7, d3.
That's beautiful. Yeah, let's just show this. Takes, check is the.
And I win. Wow.
Wow.
No, queen b2 is brilliant by Niels.
Yeah, but probably rook c6 just wins. Yeah.
Hey, don't rain on my parade. All right. Hold on. I play on. I choose to play on. No, I can't. Damn. Ah, that's a good move, rook c6.
Yeah, and by the way, Radek has resigned after rook e1. So yeah, big win for Fabi, moving to +3, and Magnus has played rook c6.
Yeah, that's a really annoying move. 30 seconds here for Niels. I don't even really see an answer. Yeah, because rook b6, you go queen e8, queen g6, and then you can mate me, or take a rook. Mate is better. Yikes.
So you are this cool, yeah? Who says that the mate is better than rook or queen?
Yeah, I'm all for mating.
Okay.
That's my general mantra.
Yeah, king h7 on the board.
Yeah, that's probably a good move actually by Niels.
Yeah, it was the only move. Yeah.
Yeah. And still some work here for Magnus to do. Still some work.
Okay, clearly Magnus wants to finish the game here almost by force, I believe, because it feels like you don't want to give black a chance of putting up resistance. But how do you do that?
Maybe you just go rook c7 now and tie the.
Yeah, but still, I mean.
But now I go rook takes g7 check. But now I go rook takes g7 check. That's
okay. Yeah, king h8.
Okay, now something.
You just play rook c7 check, yeah, and you win like this.
Wow, I can win like that. That's so. Yeah.
You can, but of course you want something better, no?
But I don't see it actually.
Yeah, I also didn't see anything better, and I haven't seen rook c7 originally, but now that I spotted it, it seems like it might win, but no, of course.
Yeah, Niels has gone passive. No, rook g8 really. Then it should be fairly simple for Magnus. How does he proceed here?
Yeah, now basically black never has any tricks with d3. I mean, it just.
He might just go king g2, king h3 here, or is that ridiculous?
Yeah, no. There you go, king.
There you go. That's what you do when you're in time trouble. You just play a move, and you just make sure that.
Yeah, black is just pegged. Yeah.
Yeah, black is just. It's just over.
No, besides, let me just quickly correct myself. Rook c7, in fact, is probably a stupid move because you take and you have rook b2. And this just might be a draw. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah. So, okay. I understand, Niels, that with few seconds on the clock, he didn't go d3, but by not going d3, he's also not having any practical chances.
Now there are zero practical chances. So king g2, queen b4. Yeah, here, lots of ideas. Queen e4 check followed by c3 is cute. Don't know if it works.
Yeah. By the way, okay, let's just very quickly point out that if Magnus wants to be very, very strategical, he can go queen f5, king g8, rook c8 check, takes. Wherever you move your queen, I'm gonna check the pawn and it should be elemental win. Besides, I'm pretty sure that computer is screaming after this, maybe some plus 100 and we are missing something.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, so the game is in total control, time trouble is reached. And unfortunately for Niels, it's no relief because he knows exactly that after the time trouble finished, there is no way Magnus not going to convert this.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Nils Grandelius, he put up a really good fight. There was something in that middle game position where, Magnus just managed to really quell all of that initiative that Nils drummed up. That's why he's the greatest, because he is able to navigate those tough positions. He will convert this. I don't think his position is particularly interesting anymore. So let's go to Giri, MVL, where they have also reached a time control. But my word, has this been a turnaround for Anish Giri, who is now attacking on the front foot? I'm still not exactly sure of the evaluation, but it looks...
I mean, I think the evaluation which we can certainly give is that white is clearly better. I mean, if someone is better, then it's white. Yeah, how much, or can he try to play for a win immediately, or you just acknowledge that, okay, I'm better and I don't want to win immediately. Let's just find the best way of keep on pressing, and then later I'm gonna win. With rook d8, there is still some kind of a trick, yeah, that Maxim wants to use the d file at some point. And white has to watch out. But it's very nice that the pawn from d5 was eliminated. And coming back to this, I wonder that after rook a1, did Maxim believe that he's winning with the move b5, b4? Because I, feel like if black doesn't want to win the position, he can just sit this position with king g7, king g8, play back and forth, and white will be so happy, just to wait himself. White has no right to play any active move in this position. Just make sure that you are sitting. And this move b4, ab queen b4, rook a, no, not rook a3, yeah, d6. Maybe Maxim just felt like, if d6 happens, I'm gonna win by force with some rook b8, bishop e6, and the move does not work. Because all of a sudden after rook b8, rook a3, he did spend time and then went for this passive queen b7, indicating that he definitely missed something. Yeah, that's I believe we can conclude.
Yes.
I mean, what a turnaround. Yeah, this is...
What a game.
Yeah, absolutely. So in fact, I wonder if Jan made the right choice when finally he picked the game. I believe that he would really regret if he would pick the Anish game, not because it's not great, it's just too complicated and it might go on forever. I mean, at least for another 1.5 hours or even 2. While the Magnus game, after all, it's probably so much easier to explain, know that what happened, the critical moments are also much easier to be highlighted. What do you think? Did Jan make the right choice? We soon going to find out.
I'm curious to ask him what he ended up choosing, if he does come back to the broadcast, which he tends to do, doesn't he? So all the games are now move 40, the ones still in play, right? So we've got Firouzja Yesipenko, which really does look like I can't see any other result except a draw. We've got this Giri MVL game where it looks as though Giri now has got a great chance to win, and David Anton squeezing against Hari Krishna, the sort of position Peter Lecco dreams about. That's not an exaggeration, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly. You know me. You know me.
I do know you. I do know you. And to have that king on e4 and that bishop on d5, that has appeared in your dreams. I'm sure of it.
Well, I'm not sure if in my dreams, but yeah, I'm dreaming of having it in a tournament game. Yeah, that's my dream.
Exactly. Do you think this position is, objectively speaking, a draw or defendable for black? Or do you think with the absolute best play that white should win this position?
Yeah, these are of course always very, very tough questions. I mean, I I certainly believe that Black is kind of a little bit relieved that he knows that he managed to set up everything that he wanted. His only big worry is that he's not sure himself whether this is gonna be enough or not to hold. Yeah, it's such an awkward situation. But yeah, the bishop on d8 is, yeah, and the last move had been some rook h2 bishop b6, indicating that maybe black wants some sacrifice. Maybe black wants some rook c4. I don't know. Rook takes. I mean, in any case, now David Anton after bishop b6 has played the move rook d2. Hari has gone back with the bishop to d8. The time control has been reached, and now white plays rook h2. No, they repeated and played the move bishop b3, move 41, targeting the d6 pawn.
Mm-hmm. Does he want to exchange one pair of rooks here? That's a question for you. Just exchange.
Well, that's one question. Another question is that how do you defend? Because if you play bishop e7, you feel like you misplace your bishop, and if you go king e7, maybe this idea that you mentioned that white wants to go g4, g5 in this structure might be an alternative. Because it would really be nice to open up a new front.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow. So very unpleasant. I believe on the other hand that Hari is very, very lucky, because David Anton clearly very low on time. He was kind of repeating here just to make sure that he reaches time control. Imagine if on move 38 or 39 white plays a move like bishop bc and you have to make up your mind how you defend the pawn. It might be very unpleasant. Mm-hmm. And those are usually also these things that I like to make sure that if the position is very complicated and things are far not under control, like in this position, then I just, make sure that I repeat and I do nothing before the time control. But knowing that nothing can happen to me and I can ask a question and my opponent has, 2 minutes, and please burn all your time before deciding that you let this happen or you misplace your bishop and it might not reach back to d8 in time. It's in my opinion a big practical miss by David Anton just to ask this question on move 39 instead of move 41.
Well, he maybe had a little touch there, didn't he, Harry? So now, we've got a position where, he's going to grind that forever. Is there anything else? Well, I guess to a certain extent, one of the most interesting positions is, of course, the Anish game. I don't see much else. The Magnus game is a formality. By now, rook d7 looks very clean. Now you can just take on d4 at will. I actually don't think Niels is going to try and fight too well. Actually, again, that's another question that maybe you can answer, Peter. For example, if Niels loses d4 pawn here in any circumstance, do you resign or do you fight? Or because you've got a game tomorrow, do you save energy? What do you tend to do here?
Well, I think there are different type of losing the d4 pawn, because if I could play another move rook c8 and you take on d4, I have queen c3 first of all, hitting on c2. Okay, you still can sidestep with king h3 and you rely on this rook d8 check against queen takes c2. But then with my queen on c3 and rook on c8, I feel like, I have all the rights to play on, and first please clarify the situation and then I'm going to think about if it's enough or not. But there is also the question after rook c8, can you maybe just play like some queen g6 move? But okay, I'm gonna go queen f8. So in this regard, I was a little bit surprised that Magnus, after like 5 minutes of thought on move 41, has played the quite committal move rook d7 immediately. Yeah.
Mm.
So, I mean, did he just spot that, okay, after rook c8, but rook d4 I can also take on c2, but then king h3 and I'm losing. Okay, so probably Magnus has spotted that, yeah, this one just loses, because then there is the double threat of rook d8 checkmate or taking the rook, and after queen c3, now yes, you do threaten queen takes c2 check, but I can sidestep with king h3, and I'm basically claiming that you can never ever take on c2, so I have this systematic approach of playing rook d3,
Right.
and you cannot take because of rook d8 again. Then I'm gonna push the pawn to c4, and I keep on advancing, and you can never take the pawn. That's quite frustrating. That's one of those moments when you might say, okay, enough is enough. I understand I'm 2 pawns down, plus my king is locked in the corner. I can never take the pawn. I just give up. All right, now at least it's understandable, yeah, why Magnus feels so confident about that he doesn't need to calculate any further.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, so what about the Anish Giri game then? So rook d8 on the board. So
yeah, Anish taking his time. Yeah, he has spent like already more than 10 minutes. And I believe this is absolutely correct. Yeah, when you are after such a tense battle, yeah, it was a very, very hard fought game so far. Now he knows he's under control. He has things under control. He had the break. He just needs to calm down and start calculating. Besides, he kind of has to make up a big decision that does he want to trade the rooks with rook a8, or does he rely on his active a6 rook and say that, okay, white, it's from one side very tempting to change one pair of rooks, but on the other hand, after trading it done, I might end up with a rook on e3, which is slightly misplaced. Black has all kinds of bishop f4 ideas. Black might put the queen to c7, covering the dark squares, hitting the c3 pawn, plus using this rook on e3. I do feel that, especially since we know that move 40, Anish has played the move rook a6. He has no intention of trading. So I believe he wants to make, he wants to use the maximum. But
can you, let me, because when I look at this position, Peter, the first move I look at is rook takes d6. Okay, so I look at rook takes d6, queen takes d6 with the idea queen f7, king h8. And now, obviously, queen d2, there's threats around the back. So I play queen f6 check, right? And my point is that after takes, I can always put a pawn on f7. Yeah, rook d6, I can go f7, king g7. And this is where I got to, you might be able to go f3 because ef3, rook e8. Rook e8, rook f8, rook g8 check wins because we have bishop c4 at the end. Okay, so that seems to win because we can give check, queen, and we catch the pawn because of bishop c4, which is critical.
Yeah. Yeah,
so
rook d6 is clearly one of the very tempting options, yeah?
Yeah, because I feel as though if I can just clarify the position, the fact that I have this f3 move is really important, isn't it?
Okay, so maybe I have to play rook f8. I want to force your pawn to advance to f7, get my king out.
Okay, f3.
f3, okay, now I take.
No, I just take, I guess.
You take.
And I just claim I'm going to go bishop d5, c4, bring the king to d4. And unless you...
But I have some king, I have some resources.
Yes, you do. So bishop d5, king f6, bishop d5.
King f6, bishop d5. Yeah, I'm not sure if I like king f6 here because I don't know exactly. I can because I need to create this G passer. Yeah, so maybe I have to play this after all, but this runs into, h6, g5 into some bishop e4, and if I keep on running with my king to e5, I'm afraid to run into something like this. And we are joined by Jan.
Oh,
what a great news. Jan, welcome back.
Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me. What's happening? I was following a bit of the action. Fabi won a nice game, and the Magnus game was very up and down somehow, no? But now he's winning, or what's going on?
Yeah, we believe that he's
Yes.
winning now. Yeah, we believe that he's winning now. And we were, very curious that what was your final choice finally?
I haven't really chosen, but the Karana game I think is a nice game. No,
Yeah.
it's very instructive. Bishop takes c3, new idea, which we haven't seen, at least in that form before. Then he finished off. Okay, there was some quicker ways to finish off, but yeah, in a nice manner. I haven't done it yet, but I feel it's a very special game in a way because it's very rare we see a completely new concept in a fairly standard looking position like this.
Absolutely. Yeah. Very, very nice choice. I mean, I feel pity for Radek. On the other hand, this nice idea deserved to bring a full point. Yeah, because if the game would have ended like in an uneventful draw later on, people would maybe not pay enough attention to this great idea. Yeah, that's kind of, I feel like poor Radek was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He had to sacrifice himself for the cause.
Wrong place, wrong time describes Vike in January pretty well in general, no?
No, I don't agree, but okay, I understand your point. Yeah.
No, I like it there. I'm just kidding.
Of course, yeah. We all love it.
I love it. I personally love, the roundabout near the De Morin where they play. I personally love walking past that roundabout in the -5-degree wind chills after dinner. That's my favorite. If you don't bring a hat to Baikanze, you might not be able to play the next day because it really, the wind chill factor over there is quite special. I don't know if you've experienced that, either of you.
I have.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you own any nice hats, Jan?
I own all kinds of ways to cover my hat. I usually have them within reach just in case I need them.
You have a bad hair day? Oh, yeah. Oh, you got the grandpa cap? You got the grandpa flat cap?
Whatever you need.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's
Wow,
it's important.
It's cruel.
Altona. That's not your barrio. That's not your near.
That's very far from my barrio.
Yeah, exactly. They got a great Turkish restaurant there. I'll take you there one time.
But guys, I just love, and this was always such a nice illustration that all the chess players running to their games in this terrible storm and so on, many days, and then there is this school for little children and some kindergarten and whatever, and in just one T-shirt, all these kids are running out with such an enjoyment, like if it's at least +20, and they don't understand what is this big fuss of the chess players. I just loving this picture all the time.
Yeah, they're used to the rough conditions. I'm looking at the games.
Yeah.
It does look like Magnus has things under control now. Yeah, there's no real counterplay.
No.
Yeah, the only line which there was to be mentioned was Rook C8 trying to get for counterplay. And okay, White might have many other options, but actually you can also just collect the pawn.
You mean Rook D4, Rook C2, and King somewhere, and then it's checkmate here?
Exactly, yeah. Then it's checkmate, and if Black just plays Queen C3, which was my original idea, that you cannot protect, you just sidestep as well.
King H3 anyway, yeah.
And I can never ever take, and you can just follow it up with Rook D3 and keep on pushing your pawn advancing, and it's just terrible. Yeah, Niels goes Queen D2 check.
Yeah, King H3. What does he want? Queen D1, but it's also, even that is only threatening one check, no?
Queen D1, you can just go Rook takes D4.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Rook D4, Queen F1.
Queen G2.
Yes.
I don't see it.
Queen D1. Sorry, Niels opted for Queen D1.
Right, exactly. Queen D1, Rook D4.
Okay, I have to give this check.
Queen G2.
King H4.
No, Queen G2 I wanted. I mean, yeah.
King G2. Yeah, sorry.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe King H4 is also very legal, but Queen B5, whatever.
Queen e4.
Queen e4. No, maybe
Sorry, which
Queen
move?
f3. Queen f3. Queen,
Queen f3 is fine.
Yeah, Queen f3 is fine. Yeah.
no, I mean Magnus will find a way just to unravel, and that he is going to win that game. It's not going to be the most magnificent of finishes, but he is going to win. But look, Anish went for my line,
Yeah.
Pete.
Yeah, it's also very, very understandable. I mean, okay, just get rid of these dark square bishops, yeah? I mean, dark square bishop, because this was driving white crazy, and now that after king h8, the only question is that, but I do believe that, yeah, Anish definitely gonna get queen. I mean, there is no other justification otherwise. But, I mean, my king is in a forever box. Can you maybe even make some use for prophylactics? But no, I'm having too many. I mean, queen d2 is only one check. That's what I was meaning, that you have king b1, and also queen a3 check is only one check, but you don't seem to have a winning move.
I mean,
But queen f6, go for it, Anish.
yeah, but this ending looks.
It's drawn. What's your conclusion?
Yeah, we thought it was good for white. Maybe you don't even have to go f3 immediately. Why don't we just go bishop d5 to start and then c4? Is there any rush?
Okay, I anyway gonna do the same, king f6.
Yeah. Okay. So let's say I go c4 this time, this way around. Yeah, king e5. Then I can. Can I? No, I don't want to. I really don't want to screw this up. Okay. You're going to run the king to d4, actually, aren't you? Oh,
Yeah,
no.
that was my plan. If
But actually, then I just go rook a3, rook a8. I'm not that worried. So
yeah,
king,
I mean, it's
king d2.
not clear if I can ever. I would love to play bishop e6, you know, but it just never works. Yeah,
Yeah.
because you take.
Take, and I can win the king.
No, but yes, yeah, yeah. I mean, that was the end. I don't have a good square yet. This is a. I mean, hang on. Can I go king d6?
Rook f4.
Rook f4, king e5.
Ah.
But I mean, rook f3, king e4. You have some rook, but rook e3, king d4. I mean, it's. I would love to trade these bishops, yeah, because this bishop on d5 is driving me crazy.
But bishop e6, I start with rook e4, no? You're in deep trouble.
Yeah, you start with rook e4, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Oh, yeah, because there's rook e8. Right.
Okay, takes. I have rook c8 check, but I'm cut and I'm losing.
Yeah. You're cut.
Yeah. No, of course, it doesn't feel right, but look at this. I mean, if it would be so trivial, then Anish would have already played it. He's thinking for 20 minutes after time control. Just making sure, because I also feel like, you know, this queen f6, on one side you have this feeling that it might be an elementary win, or black might have a chance of, you know, and the real chance is to somehow save the game. But I mean, what else? Yeah, what would be the option for white? Probably no other real option, no?
Yeah.
Nah, he's gonna do it.
Yeah.
He's going to do it, yeah.
He's also, yeah, it's past move 40, right? Yeah, he will take his time.
Firouzja Yesipenko has ended in a draw. I don't think we made that an official announcement.
Yes, yeah, it's over, yeah.
Yeah.
That was a weird game, but somehow it was never a game of the day material. Yeah, Ali Reza just hanging in there with his stupid bishop on h4.
No, Jan, you missed out the highlight of the day for me personally. I mean, there was this incredible tense position afterwards, and I was very, very proud of, you know, saying that, okay, the position looks good for black, my bishop on h4 is terrible, but I have this knight b3 move. And you know what happened? I mean, if I would not witness this myself, I wouldn't been involved. I would never ever believe that it could really happen like this. I played the move knight b3 with the intention of going knight a5, fighting for the e5 square. You know what happened?
No?
Lawrence, after like 2 seconds, literally 2 seconds, everyone can check out the broadcast. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. He says he goes bishop d7. I was deep inside me, aha, okay, falling for my idea, knight a5, and instantly knight takes b4. And this blindfoldly by having the position on knight b3. After 2 seconds, what is your take on this? I mean, I just don't know what
is
to
that
say.
to say? It's,
I mean, if this really turns out that actually it's correct,
We don't know if it works, but it was just the tactic, the only tactic I saw in the position.
yeah, but I mean, in 2 seconds, you know, this.
That's what happens when you play all this bullet chess. It's the only it's the only thing you're trained for to spot knight takes b4s. I don't know.
Wow, but I mean, this was a true stunner, and okay, it's just unbelievable. If it really even works,
I don't
I
even
don't know how to turn. Jan, can you just check this? You have the possibility, technique to check it if it works.
yeah, I'm sure Lawrence has to.
No, really, I haven't.
Let me find out.
No, but it's quite an obvious tactic, no?
No, not at all.
I mean, for me, I dead on thought it was
Hang
reasonable.
on, how was this? Knight b3, bishop d7.
Knight a5.
Yeah, this is move number 19.
Yeah, so instead of knight g7.
Yeah, knight b4 is fine, but it's only second best move.
What?
You see?
No, actually, the computer's changing his mind. F4 is very strong as well.
f4?
And- yeah.
But after knight b4, what's the evaluation?
What's the evaluation?
Currently, it's 0-0. A, B, bishop b4, king e2, queen a5, knight e5.
Yeah. This is how I wanted to fight for some compensation, but I mean, okay, black can never be worse. It's more like white is probably fighting for equality, no?
I have no clue. Rook a1, rook b1 threatening. Computer says rook d8, just f4 and equal, but he's a widow.
No, okay, if you have to play rook d8, I was actually counting on some bishop b5, but that might not work. Yeah, then,
then
rook a1 and then knight takes back. Okay, this is beautiful.
I didn't get that far.
Okay.
All right, good
anyway,
stuff.
I mean, it was just stunning. I mean, just in 2 seconds to react like this to a positional idea, I felt very impressed.
It's like they say, De Niro says in this movie, in the streets of the Bronx, yeah? There's nothing sadder than wasted talent.
Anyways, he still hasn't played Queen f6, which is, you know, quite interesting that he's decided not to thrash that out when it doesn't look as though.
But hang on, there was the other line, because yes, somehow I have the feeling that black might be able to survive here with very precise play. Here, f3. Can I do bishop e6 now? Can I do that?
Mm-hmm.
If because this is the danger, that any kind of rook can game might be nice for white, but there is some drawish tendency here.
Mm-hmm. That's a very good move.
I don't know if holding. I mean, anyway, my king is cut, and you have a c passer. I mean, it's very scary.
Maybe I just take rook e4, rook f6. Do we just go rook e3 now?
But then I'm gonna hunt you with rook f4.
You're gonna go rook f4 intermediate. Yeah, you're not gonna take on f7.
So you might have to play f4. It's not a move you want to play, but you might have to. And if I take on f7, you go c4, and then you start advance. Okay, I don't know. Maybe I have time to collect the pawn. It's
close.
I mean, this one is something that Anish is certainly really considering. Yeah.
But engine boy here, after rook d6, we don't go f7.
What? Wow.
What do you mean we don't go f7?
You just play f3, yeah?
Yep.
Wow.
Wow, that's very tough to play. I find that move impossible to play, humanly impossible.
It's possible, I think, but I mean, hang on. I mean, why is this so incredibly bad? I mean, I go to bishop d7.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. You can even go bishop e6, like.
Yeah, but no, I don't want to go bishop
d7. I go rook d3. It says any
rook
move
d3.
really.
I was hoping for some e5, rook f4, and e6, bishop e8, but that's probably a big mistake. This e6, yeah, and then I have.
Yeah, rook d3, but it's not in a particular hurry. Like, don't push the e-pawn. Yeah, rook d3, rook d8, king d2. So it's just winning. It's like +3 in all the lines.
Wow. Yeah, I'm running out of squares for my bishop. That's the problem. I really wanted to put it on e8, and if I get king g7, but yeah, always rook d8. Queen f6 on the board. Takes.
This will happen, rook d6, and then it's going to be a big moment if f7 or f3. Because f7 looks so much more normal, no? Like you just keep the pawn for a while.
He's going to play f7. I'm confident. Protected pawn on the 7th. What more do you want in life?
Yeah, but I gonna trade it, no? I gonna trade it. That's the point. No, actually, I believe, that was the reason why Ani spent so much time and probably has spotted the move f3, yeah? That's the point. Otherwise, he would have blitzed out queen f6, takes, thinking that everything under control, and after rook d6, he would have been, starting calculating that, okay, how is this position work? It looked so good, but taking his time, he has spent 25 minutes since the time control, yeah? I think he went very deep.
Yeah.
No, and if you think about it, it is logical. Yeah, you gain some time without this f7, king g7, because we're just freeing the king. And after f3, yeah, black is just not in time, it seems.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's all about the king. Yeah, black king is far away from action. And also this e-pawn is very, very powerful. You kick the bishop from f5. Yeah. What to say?
Engines are good. So what else happened? Jordan, sorry, I'm just recapping for myself. Jordan had an uneventful draw. Yeah, Donchenko probably played accurately. Tari Duda.
Fortress type of position, yeah?
Yeah. No, it's often in these Spanishes, you feel like you're worse, but you're really not worse, yeah? In this structure, if you exchange the right pieces, there's not much white can do. Tari Duda, another whatever draw. Harry's surviving. He's still suffering, yeah?
This is going to be an eternal... And he did swap a pair of rooks off, so there's your answer, Peter. He felt like exchanging one pair was correct.
I think the reason for it, because there were all kinds of these exchange sacrifices hanging in the air, yeah? He just did not want to let ever that happen, because he might want to go... I don't know, what does he want? And look at this, now Harry is taking his time. Is he really considering maybe that he goes dc5 here? I don't really believe, but maybe.
Bishop d5?
Looks disgusting, no? But maybe he's thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely he's thinking of something. Otherwise, he would just take rook c5, but it's...
And bishop d5, he wants rook b6, then a4 you can take.
Yeah, but on rook b6, can we play the stunning and brave pawn to b4?
Oh.
Wow.
Stunning and brave.
Actually, it's a nice move. I wanted to play a4 stopping any of this, but you're not giving me time.
It's a horrible move. C takes b4.
Wow, dc5 on the board.
Whoa.
Okay. Harry basically meaning that, I had enough of this rook takes c5 structure.
Let's follow this line. Bishop d5.
Yeah.
Rook b6, b4.
CB.
CB.
Rook a6.
Wow.
Offering a draw.
No, a4.
I'm using an entry, Peter. It's not a fair.
Yeah, I understood. Yeah, I mean, the way you pronounce rook a6, you were certain that it's good.
I'm very confident.
I heard it, yeah.
Oh, that's such a shame. Okay, b4 is no good. All right, so bishop d5, rook b6. This is where we need to finesse. This is, a move like if I suggest rook a2 here and it's good, it's over for you guys. World domination.
Why is no one suggesting king takes e5?
Bishop c7 check and you lose the g3 pawn.
But rook g1 then.
Wow, I mean, okay, no, but this... Not a single human would ever even consider. Okay, they would consider king e5, but I mean, I don't believe you dare to take it. Yeah.
Even if you win the pawn, you're not sure if this helps you or not. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, I understand. I mean, we all understand that if I take and I come back and I get my pawn to f4, then it was a nice trade. But I mean, okay, bishop d5 on the board, and after king takes e5, what? It's some serious advantage, or?
Hard to say. Some 0-80 could be anything. Yeah, like king e4 back, bishop g3, rook g1, takes h4, rook g7, rook f6. Still looks nice for white, but it's not exactly over.
Never happening. Never ever happening.
Nino Antoni is a direct guy.
Yeah. He's a computer guy actually, but but you see rook f6 and you feel sick if you don't make this work.
Yeah, I'm also not sure if this helps White's chances really. Like he goes rook g8, and it's asking questions, but I'm not sure if it's enough. Still over the board. Well, let's get what you get for 5e5. Yeah, it's just eternal suffering even here.
Yeah, definitely. It reminds me, there was a game, I mean, really a stunning game by Vidit, I think. Vidit won against Gelfand in the
Yeah.
Prague Masters tournament with some incredible technique against Gelfand in one of these Petrovs. They got this opposite colored bishop endgame with rook and bishop, and with some stunning play. I mean, we all know how great Gelfand is defending any kind of position if he ever gets in trouble. And Vidit managed to convert that position. It's very similar. I mean, this reminds me of that game.
Do you read the notes for that game in New in Chess or somewhere else?
Exactly. Yeah, there was this. Yeah.
Because it's a great game, of course. But my favorite thing about it is that Vidit manages to give himself an exclamation mark. He's writing notes on the same position for two different moves twice. Like they have some position, he makes some moves, he writes in his notes, exclamation mark, this stops so-and-so maneuver. Then they repeat moves and they have the same position and he makes a different move and gives himself an exclam. Very important to do this and that. So like,
yeah, it's psychological. You know,
no, he just forgot.
Forgot. Yeah, but look at this. What is your take on this, Jan? I was saying that because it was this position, they didn't know exactly how to break. Both players were in kind of time trouble, and I felt like this was a critical moment. Rook d2, bishop d8. It's move 39. And White had the option to play the move bishop b3, which David Anton has played move 41 after repeating with rook h2, bishop b6. Yeah. And my point was that if you have anyway a stable position, nothing can happen to you, then giving this question to your opponent, like how are you going to defend this d6 pawn? Are you going to play king e7, allowing me to go g4, g5, which you are probably trying to avoid? Or you put your bishop to e7 and then it will be forever stuck there, yeah? And this question was not asked in the time trouble phase. We did see that it happened on move 41, and then Hari took his time and played the move rook a8 to c6, which, by the way, he would have played even in the time trouble. Okay.
Yeah,
then,
I'm not sure. Like in general, of course, if it's a difficult decision, you want to give it in the time trouble if you hope your opponent can go wrong. But it's also nice to give him a choice after the time control, because then you can go for a walk and you don't care if he plays king e7, rook c6 anyway, and let him think for 20 minutes. So I'm not sure which one's better. But in general, if you can really screw up, then of course you try to do it directly.
Yeah, and bishop d5, rook b6 on the board. So what are
I've got another ridiculous suggestion. I've just been staring. So let me try b4 again.
Oof, it's not stopping. CB.
Okay, I'll go AB.
AB.
Yeah.
You're giving me a pass pawn?
Yeah.
Okay, rook a6.
Yeah. Bishop b7.
Rook a7.
Bishop c6.
Bishop b6.
Oh, stop with your nonsense.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you give up the pawn and you collect. Yeah. Okay. It's so easy when you've just got the engine loaded, isn't it?
It is much easier.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if a4 was wrong, but just to annoy you, I played this.
No, because a4. Let's put a4 on the board because you got to look at so a4, and then c4 is my idea, and bc rook a4, and we give check by force on the 7th.
Yeah, it continues. c3.
Yeah, sure, it continues.
Nietzsche.
Nietzsche?
Nietzsche.
Yeah, it's probably Nietzsche. Shame. Stunning and brave. Stunning and brave.
Yeah, by the way, Magnus did not take the pawn. He opted for rook e7.
Mr. Magnus, are you winning, sir?
I mean, a little bit it's like Magnus is showing some signs of nerves, no?
He doesn't, well, it's understandable how badly the tournament's gone, but even in this game, he hasn't felt like himself. No, there's no precision. You always feel like it could go either way still a bit.
Okay, there were two moments which I really liked. I mean, that after bishop g5, things were quite complicated. I mean, to at least to our human eyes, it wasn't exactly clear how white gonna stabilize, and Magnus opted for some quiet move, rook e1. I felt like this is such a difficult move because it seemingly does almost nothing to the position. There are all kinds of, okay, we don't know exactly the reason why e5, e4 was not played, but yeah, rook e1 certainly eyes the e5 pawn. And then here everything went according, and knight b6. I felt like, you know, that in conjunction with rook e1 and knight b6, this was perfect judgment. That, you know, suddenly takes, you open up the rook, you get the pawn to b6, and of course one could argue that it's a natural idea, but I believe that the difficult part was to understand that you really have serious winning chances here. It wasn't so obvious because black seems to be very active. And afterwards also what Magnus has done here, this queen d3 was incredibly precise. Rook b8 takes, rook f6, and the stunner move here. I mean, it's your move, Jan. Please find this move.
I have seen the game, but I also know
okay.
that it's nothing for white. So
yeah, but I mean the move g3, it's double exclamation. I mean this perfect harmony, yeah, that this move gives to the position, and you had to foresee from a distance, because without g3, black might have got his counterplay or liquidated into something, and all of a sudden this.
But
this
here,
f4.
black to move, Peter.
When?
Now, after f4.
Ah, black to move, so c4 or what? It's working.
C4 is 0-0.
Don't be a spoiler. I mean, okay.
Yeah, why are you doing this to us?
Come on, because
Just
it's the
telling
game
you.
of the day. It's the game of the day.
It's a nice story, but C4 is a draw. Sorry.
Wow.
Wow, yeah, and then queen c4 takes, rook e8 check,
King h7.
and check king g6.
King g6, and it's...
Wow.
Why is this still a draw? I still don't get it. Rook e6? Okay, I take. Pourquoi Nietzsche?
What do you want? Takes, queen f6 even Nietzsche.
What?
Really?
Wow.
How is this Nietzsche? Explain.
But this is stunning. I mean, this I feel, yeah, this is amazing. I mean, queen
Stunning
f6,
and brave.
just too cruel, yeah, takes with the king.
GF, king
And
f5.
king f5. He is in time to collect, and
Yeah.
then he will have his passers.
Even that pawn endgame looks, yeah, but...
Wow.
No, of course it's tricky stuff, but still, Niels, this was the only chance here, like this c4. I guess it was in time trouble. Oh yeah, this here to spot.
Yeah, he was.
FG CD is just a draw, so this queen c4 is the one line, and you feel less hope not to survive. I don't know.
Yeah, especially the point is that after f4, if you don't have anything, basically you know that you're gonna lose. Yeah, that's
Exactly. Like
yeah.
And is the idea if queen takes d4, can you go f takes g3, or is that absolutely manically insane? It is, right? It's mad because there's rook e8 check. I'm just losing my mind. It's the,
what?
No, you are checking the
works,
rook anyway with some queen d5 check, queen h5,
Yeah.
queen e8.
Yeah. But I'm saying fg3. Can we go rook e8 immediately?
King h7.
Yeah, queen b6.
GH.
GH. Ah, I still have the same idea as what I.
Queen h5. Or
Yeah, queen d5.
queen d5. Yeah.
And queen h5, and it is Nietzsche.
Yeah.
But I love, you know, the way how Jan is saying like, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, imagine to try to figure out with 30 seconds on your clock,
man.
and Niels was done to less than a minute.
That's the problem with modern chess. You lose perspective for how difficult all these things are if you're sitting there watching on your phone with an engine running. As I was, you think, come on, c4, how hard can it be?
Yeah, so natural, yeah.
No, because it is natural once you get shown the move. No, you think, of course, yeah, I would have played c4, queen d8, you get ground down. But yeah, the amount of lines you have to calculate. And also you think you're lost, yeah? You think the world champion has outplayed you, he's done some nice stuff. Now f4, tactical justification. And yeah, computer
Exactly.
says,
I think that's
C4,
the kind of the point that Niels felt like that, yeah, Magnus was suffering in the tournament so far, maybe, but against me he plays like Magnus, yeah, and he kind of believes, yeah.
Yeah,
That's easily the way how you miss your own chance in a time trouble.
But Peter, I'm curious about your experience, because mine at a lower level is that usually you get a chance even if you feel like you get outplayed. Usually there's one or two moments where you get a chance. Is that how you feel as well, or sometimes you just get crushed and there's nothing one can do?
Yeah, no, usually it turns out after the game that you had a chance, yeah,
Yeah.
but you might not believe and not realize because you really believe that, of course, my opponent had been stronger, was better, had things under control, and especially when you are the type of player who gets into time trouble, yeah, in time trouble, it's so easy to believe your opponent, yeah. This is how I lost to Adonyan many games. Like, I know that he's very good. I believe in my position. It's kind of nice. Everything is under control. And all of a sudden he comes up with some incredible idea and I'm low on time. And I believe him like, of course, yeah, I missed it again. Levon did it. And then after the game, it turns out that no, there was just no need to panic. And if I would have, instead of 2-3 minutes on the clock, like 30 minutes, I would have been able to understand probably that there is no need to panic. But when you have just 1-2 minutes on the clock for many moves, yeah, you have this feeling like you have to make your move. And maybe Niels also felt like, okay, I'm down to 1 minute. I have to move my queen, so let me play a tempo the move queen d8, yeah? And
No, of course, it's always understandable in the situation. My point was also more because I often had to tell myself that as you say, usually when you check the game afterwards, there was a chance. And often I also didn't believe there is a chance. But then experience teaches you. You always get a chance if you sort of, keep looking for it, right? So maybe it's very hard to believe with Black against Magnus when you're getting outplayed like that. But even Niels had a good chance here.
Yeah, but I think the biggest problem is that you don't know when is just this chance coming, and often you believe that now it's my chance, now I spotted something, and then it will never work. Yeah, it's kind of that's the trick with the engine suggestions, that whenever engine says that now suddenly from a bad position you have 0-0, it calculates perfectly and he spots perfectly that moment. Humanly, often we might think one move before or one move after that we have a chance when already the chance has passed.
Yeah, true. Draw in Anton against Hare Krishna
Really?
before offering a draw.
Wow.
This shows the disappointment of David Anton, yeah, that he was probably very upset with himself because let's take another look at this position, yeah. And this is exactly what I'm saying, that here it looks like this is plus minus, this is move 21, and when we look at it on move 41, it's Black has activated his bishop to b6. He got everything he wanted, and White didn't really achieve anything. Yeah, I felt like maybe David was just playing too softly. Yeah, he should have felt the momentum. I don't know exactly how to break through, but he should have tried to make more out of his chance. That's for sure.
Yeah.
By the way, look at this. Anish did spot f3. We missed out.
Anish is a monster.
What a monster.
And in fact, he blitzed f3 out just to illustrate to all of us that, yes, guys, I was taking my 20 minutes here for rook d6, queen d6. But
then he went e5.
He played e5, yeah?
Yeah. Computer didn't want e5, or wanted bishop d5 or something. But might still be winning. Let's have a look. Rook f1, takes. Yeah, computer wanted bishop d5 to stop all that, and then just play king d2.
So bishop e6, bishop d5. Okay, that would be ultra cool, yeah?
Yeah. But he says just winning, then c4, and no hope.
Yeah, the domination, yeah.
So e5 takes. No, it looks like it's. I don't know. We're gonna need a better engine to be sure. But here it's +2, which, well, could mean anything, but probably winning.
Yeah,
King
probably
G7,
winning,
C4.
but okay, the game is definitely not over. Yeah, that's for sure. In fact, how do you play? You try to advance your king.
Let me first try the dumbest line. King G7, let's say C4. I guess king f7, yeah.
Yes.
c5,
E5, king E6, and
e6,
C6.
c6, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, this wins actually, yeah.
Oh, this wins because the king and pawn is winning.
Yeah. And there you have it, C4 on the board.
Guirinho. What a... Well, I think with one exception, he usually has had very good Viscount A tournaments in the recent years. No, normally scoring some +4, +5. But Maxime, well, we're speculating about it every day. Lawrence, what's your take? What's wrong with Maxime?
No idea. No idea at all. I haven't spoken to him properly recently. Can't even give you an explanation for it, but he's not. Sometimes you just aren't there. You're not fully there. Confidence has been knocked. I don't know, but he's having a nightmare. And if he loses this today,
What's the score? It's -2, -3, like it's
-2.
rough.
So he'll be on -3. He'll be bottom of the table, along with Alexander Donchenko. You would have got quite some looks if you told people to be in bottom position after 9 rounds.
And he might.
He's taking a beating on his ELO rating as well. I know a lot of people don't care about ratings, but I think it's certainly worth pointing out. If he loses,
who doesn't care about ratings? Everyone cares about ratings, no? Especially these top 10 guys. It's important.
They do, and he actually will bow out of the top 10 on losing
Right.
this. That is relevant. He will probably. What does he lose if he loses to Giri here? Around 5 points,
Yep,
something like that.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so he'll lose 5, and that will put him below Ali Reza Firouzja.
Wow.
There we go. So, he'll be potentially number 14, 15 in the world. So that's actually quite psychologically, it's certainly not pleasant. MVL, as I say, I really don't know what's happened to him this tournament. He's just not been at the races. Happens.
Yeah, and
Yeah, but it's not just. Sorry.
Jan, what is your take? Because it seemed to me, and we were talking about this with Lawrence, that actually looking back, you remember I did not like this E4 move. I mean, here I was saying that I love black, and I believe that if someone, then only black can be better. And all of a sudden, after bishop c2, Maxim played this very ambitious move e4. But after e4, at least Anish made sure that he gets his bishop to b3. And both rook takes c4 and also just bishop c4, bishop c2, queen c2, rook c4 looked actually very, very unpleasant. I mean, this a4 pawn is very nice. I just move my queen. I have these e4 ideas. I have these b5, b4 ideas, getting my bishop here. I mean, I just couldn't really understand how white hangs on in this position, to be honest.
Wow.
And then after this e4 stuff, also black is having everything under control, but Anish find this very nice defense with rook e1, rook e3, queen d6, king b2, and just in time against b5 to play a3, rook c8, rook a1. And now, okay, white made sure that probably he's not losing, he's having everything under control. But I believe if black doesn't want to win, he can just sit and wait and play forever king g8, king g7. And Magnus, instead of this, sorry, I'm mixing Maxim and Magnus already, not for the first time. So he opted for b4. With the fact, probably that after a b4, queen b4, he was thinking that with opening up the b file and these two fantastic bishops, he gonna win, or at least he has all the rights to play for this win. And suddenly after d6, it turned out that white can make the move d6. Yeah, this was the big turnaround, I think, psychologically, that after rook b8, rook a3 defends, and after bishop e6, we even thought that maybe a move like d7 is possible. Maxim spent quite a lot of time and went for queen b7, which was certainly not according to plans. And all of a sudden, a few moves later, he was already forced into this position from which we got there. I mean, I feel like this gonna hurt Maxim so well, so much that So far, when he lost the other two Najdorfs, he never got a Najdorf spirit ever going. Now today, he finally got his dream position, and finally seems like he's gonna lose. That's very difficult to digest.
Yeah, I agree. It's a different kind of loss because the other two, you can say, okay, I got out prepared. That can happen, shouldn't, but it happened. But in this position with dynamics, where he's probably the side that's pushing to lose to Anish, in particular, I think he's gonna be very upset. And yeah, it shows that something's off other than his openings. Also, when was it, the day before yesterday against Jordan, we were critical of, well, not of him not knowing the opening, but that he blitzed out a move in a critical position, allowing this one trick Jordan had. So yeah, he's not being the Maxim we're used to.
Yeah, definitely.
Then
So
again,
what is happening? Aha, Magnus had advanced f5, but I mean, look at this. He didn't take the second pawn. He's not mating on g7. He plays this move f5. Is Magnus on the right track?
Dare I say it, that he's getting a bit frustrated here?
Magnus.
Yeah.
Like, you mean in general in Vike or in this game?
In this game, like...
He's breaking, no? F5, F6? What's there to be frustrated about?
He's breaking, yeah?
Breaking Bad?
No, I mean, computer says nothing changed, like queen d1 or queen g5, and then wants to go rook e8. And it claims that white should win this, but I'm not sure.
Rook e8 here?
Yeah.
You don't want to play that move if you can avoid it.
I don't know, maybe it's calculated everything. Queen e4 now, yeah.
All kinds of accidents await.
And king somewhere. And do you go f6 here? Maybe you'd even do it here. I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, I understand Lawrence's worry, yeah, that in general, with such a powerful rook on e7, and the frustration comes that you don't understand. You have pawn up, you have the more powerful rook. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Magnus feels like, this should be completely winning. And then there might be these questions that trouble you during the game, that am I now in such a shape that even this position is not enough to be won so easily? Yeah? If Magnus would have been in a +3, +4 situation, I think that this game would have ended long ago. Yeah, it's somehow I feel that it's connected with his state. Definitely, I mean, he has to convert. I believe he's gonna convert, but it certainly doesn't feel as convincing as usual.
No, I agree with all that. I think he's gonna win, but yeah, we all know these thoughts like, wow, I can't even win this position anymore, or yeah, even against Niels, I have no chance. Like, what happens? It doesn't even matter who I play or what I play, and so on. There will be all kinds of dark thoughts with zero disrespect meant to Niels, of course. But yeah, once things start going bad, you feel doesn't matter who I play or what I do, I just can't win a game. And Magnus, I guess, is tough enough to shake off these thoughts, but they are human.
Yeah, and to be honest, it's very difficult to imagine him not winning this position. But okay, the longer the game continues, okay, I would not say that the chances increase, because I don't believe that the chances really can increase. And look at this, Niels goes for queen d1, plays like a machine.
This is excellent. This is what you want to do. You want to, make Magnus play rook e8. Make him think, ugh, I have to be super precise now. These queen and pawn endgames, Dr. John Nunn, he wrote about them, right? Wrote a whole book about them. Docky, he knows how hard they can be.
Did he write a book about queen and pawn endings? He probably did.
I don't know if he wrote a whole book. He definitely wrote a chapter in a book. He definitely wrote at least one chapter, but I think he did.
He wrote a book, Secrets of Pawnless Endgames, no?
Secrets of Pawn, but there are pawns on the board here.
No, I mean, Dr. John Nunn wrote a book about endgames without pawns.
I think he's wrote a lot of endgame books.
Without pawns?
Without pawns.
Really, yeah?
Yeah, I think he's going into great detail on like rook, bishop, knight versus rook, bishop and stuff like that.
Wow.
Yeah, I actually think that, it's true, because when was this, that we had training camp with Vichy in 98 maybe, yeah. And it was this moment, when I was just trying to gather any kind of information, and I told Vichy that, yeah, there is this book by John Nunn, that it's amazing, everything is included. I'm going to study this, I'm going to know everything about everything. And then Vichy said, yeah, I believe that this book is fantastic, but if you do that, please do that, because then we're going to lose you as a concurrent, like
You'll be busy.
yeah, it's, as a practical player, you don't have to know everything. Yeah, that's kind of a completely different skill if you want to make sure that that you know everything in every position. And that was so nice and so sweet how Vichy told it, and he definitely managed to discourage me, to study the book in great detail. I just, of course, checked it and was very interested and fascinated, but I made sure, to be careful enough not to go to too much details.
That's the mistake we made, Lawrence. We spent all this time on pawnless endgames. It cost us in the end.
Yeah, it really did. Goodness. And Magnus did go rook e8, by the way. So that game.
He is the world champion.
He is the world champion.
Well, I believe that this is again such a scenario when, if Magnus converts this position quite convincingly, we'll say that, wow, what a judgment. But if he fails to win this, then, there will be a lot of criticism that, okay, how could you? I mean, you had all this initiative and so on. But maybe it's just a completely winning position. Maybe you just put the queen to d3 and then get your king to f3 and e4, and you're going to collect the d4 pawn. It might be a trivial win. I don't know.
Yeah. That could be the case as well.
But still, I mean, humanly, we are always afraid, yeah, because these queen end games have the tendency of eventually doing some miracles.
Yeah, I still believe in Magnus. It's Magnus. He knows what he's doing here.
He knows
That's
what
my hot take. King h8 plate. Niels keeps making the most resilient moves. Computer just says h4 and
choice, no?
game over.
Basically, Niels is confronted with the choice whether he makes the only move or he loses on the spot. Yeah, that makes his life easier in this regard.
But he chooses the only move.
Yeah.
How's Maxime? He gave some checks when king f7. But this very sophisticated plan
gets to c6, yeah? Your idea still works,
just
no?
wins, yeah. Yeah, just c5 here. King e6, c6, and c'est fini.
C'est fini le comédie?
Yeah, that's the usual stuff. I mean, I don't really speak French at all, but even this I even know myself, yeah.
Parlez-vous le français, Laurence?
Oui, je peux parler
Un petit peu?
petit peu français, oui. Avec ma chérie, Laurent Fressinet. Allez les bleus.
Je connais Laurent.
Yeah. Good guy.
Okay, we both don't speak French. We can't keep this up for much longer.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I felt like, the things you guys know, I can understand. I mean, I would not be able to speak myself, but I certainly understand.
On mec, as they say. I miss Laurent. Where is he? Is he doing the French broadcast? I guess he is.
I guess so. I think he hasn't been there every day. He's a very busy man, but I think he's been doing some commentary with Jules Moussard.
Yeah. Jules, the most handsome Grandmaster Moussard. Okay.
He's very French too, Jules Moussard.
He's extremely French, yeah. He's extremely French. Very, very nice chap. Younger than you think. Young guy.
26. I thought he was like 33. But
exactly. He's like 26. It's crazy. Very strong. Who else is doing the French? Let's see. Gozoli. A blitz demon. Yannick Gozoli. Very strong at blitz. Also, obviously, just a very strong grandmaster. If you speak French, and you liked a bit of French, you can get over there. Remember, there are lots of different languages. There's Italian, there's Polish, there's Brazilian, French, Spanish, English.
I do love the Brazilian language.
Me too. Me too. I was watching 73 Questions by Vogue and Giselle Bundchen yesterday. Don't ask me why. Actually, you can ask me why. I know why. It's the algorithm. I was looking up Tom Brady because I'm big into my American football, and it took me that way. I mean, I don't know why. We got there.
We know it's Portuguese, chat, before we get angry messages.
Yeah.
Anyway, the best show, of course, is this one, the English show. Although, Lawrence, I'm still not used to seeing you without any hair. Do you miss your hair sometimes? How does it feel?
No, actually, I have to say it was the most liberating thing I've done. And sometimes you've got to accept defeat. And that was a battle I was never going to win. And...
but how does it go? Do you have to shave like once per week, or it's just gone and it's not coming back? Like, how do you do it?
Well, I mean, if I want it as smooth, I shaved today for the broadcast.
Yeah, because you look very, very clean shaven.
Yeah, I'm very clean today, and I'll do it every 2 days, but for you, Jan, I'll do it every day. Although where I'm at the moment, no hot water and no heating. Boiler's broken. Disaster. Can't get the personnel here. You just cannot.
It's Berlin, right? That's normal.
No, I've been here for quite a few months in this place and it never happened, but it was quite upsetting because it's still reasonably cold. So, yeah, but hopefully it'll be sorted out tomorrow.
How's the weather in Szeged, Peter? Do you already have spring, like some sunshine, or it's still...
No, it's actually quite a mix. It was very funny that the day when the tournament started in Weikanziden, we, for the first time of the whole winter season, we got snow. And then suddenly, like 5 days later, it was, we got snow and it was like minus 10 suddenly in the night. And then 5 days later, it was already plus 12 in the afternoon. Yeah, it was kind of quite a shock in temperature. Now, yesterday we had again snow. So yeah, it goes back and forth.
What's Magnus doing? Speaking of back and forth.
Well, he wants to break F6.
Yeah, but he's repeating the position, everything, no? Queen G6, King H8.
No, not. I mean, he repeated once.
Okay, it's all under control. Now he goes F6. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And how winning is that?
Why is this winning?
I mean,
yeah.
It's not like it's winning. I mean, probably it's winning. We don't know if it's
Queen F1, King H4. And the point is the king and pawn is right. So he does this, but no, this is work.
And here is the question: how you win this? Yeah.
This is work. That's the point. This is what I was saying before, that he wasn't. It felt as though he didn't find the cleanest way. This is work. This is actual work.
Yeah, this one I'm not sure. Well, the king looks so sheltered there, but there's also this Queen D2 instead. The computer says everything's winning for white, but
when Queen D2 after F6?
Here, F6, Queen D2, King H3, GF, like
just like
just to
this.
not give you a pass pawn. I don't know. Is this so easy?
Yeah, no, it's not so easy, but somehow it's so counterintuitive. Yeah, and I understand, Niels, that it's very tempting to give the Queen E2 check. Yeah.
And he has played Queen E2, yeah?
Yeah,
okay.
he has played. Yeah. I mean, basically, he just blitzed it out, so he didn't really believe that he had any other move. King H3.
So now you have to go Queen F. Queen E6 does exist, right? Is there a difference?
Yeah, well, actually,
King H4 and GF you have to play.
Yeah, but this king and pawn is losing.
Yeah, this is trivial.
This is trivial, so we can never do that.
Yeah, so in this regard, okay, still the question is, do you want to have your queen on E6, which covers quite a lot of squares? On the other hand, the queen on F1 is like a partisan, yeah, in enemy's camp, causing some confusion.
I have to look up, or I have to ask, what is a partisan? It's a word I have heard many times. I do not know the exact definition.
Partisan?
Well, I mean, these were the fighters from Yugoslavia in the Second World War, no, against the Germans.
Because it's a more general term. Yeah, it's just a strong supporter of a party, cause a person. Yeah, that one. Okay. A member of an armed group formed to fight secretly against an occupying force. In particular, one operating in German-occupied Yugoslavia, Italy. Okay, I didn't know that part.
Yeah, that's why, I mean, I'm
learned
using
something.
this word party. For me, it's, I mean, I was born in Yugoslavia. It's kind of common knowledge, you know, that it's partisan action and you do this and that. But yeah, I wasn't sure that, is it so, I mean, it's so widespread or not.
No, I know the word, but mainly as you feel strongly about something, you're a partisan for this and that, but I didn't know there was this much more concrete definition.
Yeah. And by the way, it's one of the, I mean, it's the second biggest club. Yeah, there is this Partizan Belgrade in Belgrade in football and I think basketball as well. And Crvena Zvezda. Yeah, these are the two big clubs, historical clubs in Belgrade.
Gotcha. What about Red Star no longer exists, yeah?
Well, that's the Crvena Zvezda.
That's the Star.
Yeah,
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, the Red Star.
All right.
So, I mean, Anish is on the track. Just very nicely, I mean, very confidently converting this. I mean, really congratulations to Anish for this. It wasn't trivial at all. He got the chance and then he used it. Okay, one could argue that, yeah, this is exactly the dream scenario, that after move 40, you have the time and you understand that you can eliminate the dark square bishops and so on. But still, it was pretty impressive, the precision he has shown so far. I mean, now you have some rook c4 ideas as well, no? Just to finish it off.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is not going to end well for Maxim. And it's a cold, lonely place out there. You know?
Cold word,
yeah.
baby girl.
No, this we have been talking about this, yeah, that Vaikans is such a tricky place, yeah, that if you play well, then it's the best place in the world. You are just enjoying yourself tremendously, and if you are suffering, then yeah, the wind is not your friend anymore.
No, you feel that wind on that lonely walk back from the playing hall. You know, back to, or depending on where you go to dinner. Did you have any favorite restaurant there, Peter?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, I love the Italian. I like the Kleine Switzerland, and I loved when the Fischer House appeared. Yeah, because I'm basically a vegetarian who eats fish. So it was like a very nice welcome that I got one more, you know, lovely place.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Italian. Lovely little atmosphere in there.
Yeah, the atmosphere is just superb. And I mean, there is such a small place there, and it's completely packed. Often you get a seat and you are so happy, but you can't even move. Yeah, you cannot move your chair because it hits someone behind you, but you are so happy on the weekend that, okay, I got in.
Yeah.
I'm not a big Italian guy. I like my what's called horse club.
Horse club?
Is that what it's called? No.
Where is that?
It's very close. Is it called? Maybe it's not called horse club. Isn't that straight when you walk from the playing hall to the right, not back to the hotel? It's not very far.
Okay.
Anyway, if you ever end up in Vaikanze, of course, you also have to try the pea soup. That's the famous pea soup. I think it's pea soup, right? I'm not going.
The pea soup, yeah.
Yeah, the pea soup. Very nice on a cold winter's night. All right, what else have we got going on in the chess? So Magnus should still win this, but a bit of work. And Anish is also clearly winning. He can play rook e4, rook c4, as you said. So bit of a lull in the chess because the games are kind of objectively winning. We're just waiting for them to make a move. this is where normally Jan and I, you know, traditionally have started to freestyle. Is there anything I've missed in the world of chess?
I'll be back in 1 minute. We'll talk about all of it.
Okay. Peter,
Yes.
are you still watching the football? Because
No,
you're a big football fan.
actually, football I watch much less recently. I mean, I'm very much into handball. Basically, I'm spending like 1.5 hours of each day.
Wow.
For the last, I would say 5-6 years, I'm spending like 1.5 hours with handball, with any kind of news. I'm like a walking encyclopedia. I know basically everything what happens. If I know it half an hour too late, I feel that I'm missing out on something. Now we have the handball world championship in Egypt, and of course after the broadcast, I have a lot of things to catch up. I'm recording all the matches. I watch all the matches from the beginning till, I mean, not all. I mean, I'm watching like 3-4 matches a day, which is I simply physically cannot watch more. But every single second counts. You know that you cannot just fast forward because you might not understand why people are changing the players, why this guy is playing and so on. So I'm a real fanatic.
Wow. Yeah, I haven't really. Yeah, I got. I also stopped watching football pretty much, soccer, and I'm now full on obsessed with the American football variant. I have been for a few years. Super Bowl shortly. The GOAT against the future GOAT. Brady against Mahomes. You got to go for your lungs on KC. They are going to win. You heard it here first. They are going to win. Check out my record for this year's NFL picks. It has been outstanding. That's sarcasm, Peter. I lost every week. No, I didn't. I didn't lose it. But it's been a weird year with Corona, no crowds. The crowds are a big thing, right? In soccer, in American football, whatever it may be, having that home support means a big deal. But
yeah, of course, the whole atmosphere. Yeah, that's the whole point. Yeah,
exactly. So, yeah, and a lot of people probably here watching this don't watch American football. I guess we don't have too many Americans watching, mostly European. Unfortunately, when it comes to football, the legend himself, Frank Lampard, was let go from Chelsea. I'm a Chelsea supporter. Had a rough year, but it was only the first real bad patch. To let him go, fire him this early, especially during Corona, I don't feel that was a particularly smart move.
And what happens now? Tuchel is taking over or not?
I don't think it's clear who's definitely taking over, right? I think it hasn't been announced yet. So
because I did read some news that Thomas Tuchel is coming.
Yeah, that was the named announcement. Has it been made official? If so, I did miss that.
No, I mean it wasn't official. It was unofficial info.
Yeah, very sad. But it's a hard business being a Premiership manager. Goodness, nowadays you barely get a chance if you have a bad patch. So yeah, but not watching much football because I remember years ago, Peter, when we first met, many years ago, we were talking about how we both loved football hooligan movies. Do you remember?
The Football Factory, of course.
Football Factory, classic, yeah, all of these films.
Definitely.
But feels like a long time ago.
Yeah, long time. But I mean, people also don't really know this. As a youngster, I was playing against all the world stars, and everybody was expecting, okay, if you are so good at the age of 13, then you must be like only chess and so on. But I was a World Wrestling Federation fan, And,
right. Okay.
And an incredible one. I mean,
really?
I believe that there are not so many people in the world who know more results than me from the year 80, 90, and 94. I mean, it was like part of my life. Every single match was recorded. Whenever I came back to Szeged from tournaments or from trainings or whatever, I mean, grandmother was responsible for it to push even at 3 o'clock in the morning, she had to push the recording button on the video recorder. So whenever I come back, I have like 20 hours of catch up. I was reading every single magazine every month. Whenever I traveled, I was buying the wrestling magazines and so on. I read a lot of autobiographies from the wrestlers. Yeah, people just don't know this side from me. Yeah, they think that, okay, this guy is a chess fanatic and that's it. But there are some other fanaticism as well.
I had no idea about that you love the wrestling as well.
Are you following WWF only, or are you also WCW, or I know now it's WWE, but back then
appeared, then in the I mean, like 95, 96, 97, WCW was taking over the fighters from WWF, which was turning to WWE later on. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but I was also lot involved later on, when I got this autobiographies, that everything like the Northwest Alliance and the Memphis area territories and all this, this
Wow.
end of 70s, all this area, gathering all the information. And it's because it's connected with my childhood, and I knew that all these guys, they meant a lot for me. So I wanted to know everything about their life and how was this traveling and wrestling all the year. Yeah, it's like a completely crazy life. Yeah.
did all the not so great working conditions and a lot of wrestlers died early. It doesn't seem to be so healthy. Has it ruined it for you a bit, like as an adult, like this mystique where as a child is gone, or not so much?
Well, I mean, yeah, definitely there were all these steroid scandals and so on. But as a child, you are not really understanding this.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I was also a big fan as a child, but then later reading about it, I think, ooh, this business, who knows what's going on there?
Yeah, of course. No, who knows what's going on? But also, it was like incredible because my era, we were influenced by the Ultimate Warrior. Yeah, Ultimate Warrior was like my big hero. And I was going crazy for him. And then later, I'm reading in the books that, in fact, he wasn't a great fighter at all. And all the guys who were the so-called evil ones, and we were not rooting for them and we were shouting against, were actually much, much better wrestlers. And they were selling the moves so that the other guy looks good and so on. Yeah, this I found also very, very fascinating later on.
Yeah, he was unbeatable. No, the Ultimate Warrior, did he ever lose anything? Like he won everything.
Yes, okay, he was winning a lot, but finally, I mean, you also have to lose, yeah. But those matches with Macho the King, and because Randy Savage changed his name, yeah.
Macho Man Randy Savage. He changed his name. Oh, yeah, I wasn't aware of that.
Macho King Randy Savage, yeah. Oh. Then at some point, yeah, and all these things. I mean, all these finesses, all those matches. I mean, Bret the Hitman Hart, he started in the Hart Foundation tag team match with partnering with Jim the Anvil Neidhart, I mean, I haven't looked at it like for the last 20 years, but it's still all the information, Mr. Fuji from the Orient Express. I mean, everyone is on my list and on my radar, We were so much against, even my grandmother, she was like, because she had to get involved. Yeah, she didn't spoke the language, whatever it was all. But I mean, when Yokozuna was appearing and then Mr. Fuji, also Undertaker with Paul Bearer, the how you call the guy?
Manager.
With the manager. I mean, we were going crazy, and my grandmother was getting very angry that why things are like this happening? This is not justice and so on. I mean, we were jumping on my grandmother. She had a bed in the corner, and then we would stand on the table in the middle of the living room and then jump on her. Also in the same way, like we would never land on her, making sure. And then the bed slowly collapsed, because of all this pressure. And I was about to become the youngest grandmaster in history, while at home, all this wild action was taking place.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
So who's your favorite wrestler?
Oh.
Well, I mean, okay, I finally like The Undertaker a lot. Yeah, so The Undertaker, okay, he also changed his character so many times. Of course, Bret the Hitman Hart was a big, but I also told you that Ultimate Warrior, of course. Okay, we like the good guys against the bad guys, yeah? And we always wanted to see some incredible fights, yeah? and they were delivering. Yeah, it was always exciting.
I like Mankind. Maybe it was a little after your time,
Oh.
but I'm a big fan of Mankind, Mick Foley.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course. Yeah, he also wrote this book. Yeah, he was coming in like 97, 98. He was taking over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Steve Austin was Steve called Austin was also coming.
Stone Cold Steve Austin. Yeah.
Yes.
He
Yeah,
was
he was
great.
also fantastic. I mean, okay, but yeah, that was already a little bit later. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
then he had these arguments, with there was this controversial match with Bret the Hitman Hart. I mean, that ended badly, so called, and lot of things.
Here's
Bam Bam Bigelow. I also enjoyed.
Yeah, the Beast from the East. Of course, I was watching him. He was very good in the King of the Ring tournament in '93. He was one of the guys who got in the finals. Yeah, so it was.
I'd have to look that up, Peter. I can't recall.
Yeah, well, that's how I feel, that if you give me like half an hour to close my eyes and then start recollecting every event, then basically from like this 1989, 1990 period till 94, I can maybe recall almost all the results of every big event. Yeah, all the pay-per-view events.
What were the big events like WrestleMania?
Yeah, well, the Royal Rumble in January, yeah. Then WrestleMania in second end of March, and then would come the King of the Ring was kind of a new one, because that only started in like '93 was, I think, the very first event. Then in the SummerSlam in August, and then Survivor Series in November, and then later on, of course, because the pay-per-views were really very, very successful, then they included many other events. But those are the real classical, traditional ones.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I haven't watched wrestling in a while. Maybe it's time to make a comeback.
I do remember that when in 1990 we traveled to Fond du Lac for the Junior World Championship, and that was for the Youth World Championship, and Judith played in under 14 championship. Usually, I think, yeah, that was the only event which we both played. I played under 12, she played under 14. And then she was like shocked because she heard about me, like, there is a up and coming boy. And then I told her on the plane to the US that, the most important task for me is, my brother also told me that if I get on the air, I get done at the airport in New York, I have to make sure to buy the wrestling magazine, and it was August 1990, and on the magazine it was exactly the big clash between Hulk Hogan versus Earthquake. That was the period, and also Brutus the Barber Beefcake was there with his scissors. And then I was telling Judith all kinds of horror things, what is happening there. And then she was, you are watching this and all this. I mean, it was just fantastic, her reaction.
I just had to laugh at Brutus the Barber Beefcake. I haven't heard that name in a solid 30 years.
Yeah, he was the guy from the 80s more, yeah? So 1990 was already slowly finishing, but yeah, I mean, back then he was very, very, like the Hanky Talkman also was important and so on. Basically, Ultimate Warrior, when he was coming up, he had this fight with the Hanky Talkman for the Intercontinental Championship title, yeah, in 88, 89, that was all this. Ravishing Rick Rude was also fighting with Ultimate Warrior, but okay, let's get back to chess. I could be talking about all these things, 24 hours.
we should do that.
Bringing me back all those memories.
Some beautiful.
Yeah.
Okay.
How's our favorite wrestler Anish Giri doing?
Yeah, Anish is on track.
Anish has got the king in front of the pawn, so he decided to go with the king rather than play rook e4, rook c4. And this still looks decent. Maybe a little trickier though. Maybe, but then maybe not.
No, this one just feels like curtains. No, I mean you push the pawn to c7 and then you get the rook to d1 and you sidestep with king d8. What can go wrong?
Yeah, it looks looks dead, doesn't it? I mean, how do you even survive here? C7, king d8. Rook d3, check king e8, rook c3.
Yeah. Yeah, and look at the engine bar. Engine bar confirms. I mean, it's completely lost. I'm expecting resignation by Maxim. I mean, there is just nothing left in the position. I mean, going for the h4 pawn is way too late. I mean, these pawns should be already somewhere on g3 to make any effect, so that the rook can never be. I mean, you can get the rook distracted, but like this, there is no drama.
Can you
here.
play the move c7, rook takes h4, and then play the move rook b1?
Yeah, that's once the rook leaves the b file, yeah, then you occupy the b file.
Is that possible? But I'm worried about the king and pawn that I don't.
Yeah, I mean, okay, rook c4, but I mean, okay, there is also here there shouldn't be any real talk, but there is no need to give this.
Okay.
But I simply cannot consent. I mean, let's go back to the Magnus's game, because there I feel like there is some kind of an intrigue that yes, Magnus is making some progress, but look at this king on h4 is kind of stuck. I mean, you still have to find the winning way, no?
Yeah, computer still says winning, but over the board, like it's still working.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the Anish game is completely winning, but this one is still you have to prove.
Yeah, great. I'm so distracted. It's so hard to get the name Brutus the Barber Beefcake out of your head after you heard it. It's a great name. We should have such names in chess.
I wish. Well, you know one thing, I think we spoke about this once, Jan, but you know one thing I always was in favor of is having walk-on music for chess players.
Sure.
I mean, it's really something. I actually mentioned it to Malcolm Payne once as well. Do you know what track you would walk on to?
Of course.
Okay, what's your track? I'm curious.
MOP, Andy Up.
Okay, all right.
Another track I like, because that's sort of a standard choice. I really enjoy Monster by Kanye with the Nicki Minaj verse. That Nicki Minaj verse always gets me very worked up.
Okay.
Peter, what's your choice for walk-on music?
Oh, well, actually, it always changed for a tournament. So in the early years, you know, when you still didn't have all these things that you have music on your computer. So I would always ask my brother, you know, to make a collection of, you know, to make me 1 or 2 cassettes, and I would take my dictaphone with me, and I would listen music from there, like in the beginning of 90s. And I had so-called, you know, winner selection. So I felt like, you know, if I listen to this music before the games, then it will set me into good mood, and I'm ready to go and challenge anyone. Yeah, those were the songs. I mean, they were constantly changing, because for every tournament I would select a new cassette, you know?
No, but we're talking about, like, if you had to walk on before your round and they announced your name.
Like a boxer, you have to
like
choose
they do in the
your
boxing
music.
or the darts, exactly. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I understand, yeah.
So you have to choose a song, your walk-on song.
But just hang on, now G5 isn't winning? Then Queen E1 check, okay, sorry, because suddenly I got carried away, not that G5 just wins, but black has Queen E1 check, and the game goes on, all right.
King H5, best move, but do you give that H3 pawn with check? I don't know.
Wow. Never.
Never
Oh,
ever.
but this is a stunner, yeah. King H5, Queen H3, King G6.
Queen H4, Queen E4 check, or what?
Yeah, Queen H4, King G7.
Wow.
Do not hurry.
No, stop.
This is brilliant stuff. I mean, Zugzwang, yeah?
Yeah, this is it.
Wow. I mean, Magnus might find it. I mean, that would definitely set Magnus into a very good mood, yeah, if he would finish it off with such a eye-pleasing and mind-blowing idea. King H5.
All right, Lawrence, so what's your song?
So my song would be, I have a few ideas, but it would be Coaches by Audio Slave.
Ooh, I don't know what that is. I've heard of Audio Slave, but I don't have the song in my head.
Yeah.
Well, sorry guys, King H5 on the board.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. So Magnus is back to Magnus touch. Nice to see. Of course, it's very unpleasant for Niels. You know, he knows the Magnus touch, and then he might ask, why against me? Why Magnus?
King G6. Yeah, he's
so
probably spotted this Queen H4,
Has to
King
go Queen
G7.
H8 then, yeah?
Doesn't
Queen
it?
H8, that's also
But then you check me on F7 at the end of the day, yeah? Like this.
I pick up the D4 pawn and then I check it out.
No, also like, I mean, also like,
I can do it.
yeah, okay. It's
D5.
yeah, but you can also take that. Yeah, that's it. Then Magnus is on track, yeah? I mean, what a technique at the end of the day, yeah? We were like critical, why he had to go for this. I mean, not why he went for it, but why he had to go for this queen endgame, but he proves his choice correct, yeah? Wow.
wow.
Wow. I mean, you know that I played in a tournament in Kiev, and there the players were asked to choose a classical song with which you come into, and my choice was Bolero. So, I mean, I did experience, but that was classical music, yeah?
You could choose a classical track.
Nah.
No?
Peter is more of a pop music guy. I
So
think.
pop music
Choice-
and also rock, you know. I mean, I like Aerosmith, I like Guns N' Roses a lot, you know, all these things. You too.
Then
But
maybe the song you should play, Peter, is "Don't Want to Miss a Thing." You know, remind you, don't miss any moves at the same time.
yes, I understand. Yeah, that's that's just a kind little reminder. Yeah, before the game.
But in chess, isn't it bad if you tell yourself, don't miss a thing, don't do anything stupid? Because I was taught once, or I read once, and it made sense to me, that our limbic system doesn't really understand these negative messages. So if you tell it, don't do anything stupid, it will do something stupid. If you tell it, don't miss a thing, it will miss a thing. So you gotta go with positive messaging. Like,
Right.
I don't know, like Andy up.
Yeah, I perfectly understand. For example, in Vaikanzi, when I was playing in '94, fighting for my youngest grandmaster title, I did listen the last song before leaving my hotel room, The Amazing from Aerosmith. I mean, that was my
Amazing is good.
final
Yeah,
song.
positive message.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely, and in '99, I think it was What a Feeling from Flashdance was one of the last songs that I was listening. I mean, while getting dressed, I was listening to YMCA, and then the final touch was, you know, What a Feeling.
What's your favorite Aerosmith song, Lawrence? Crazy?
Yeah, might be. Or actually, Pink.
Pink, interesting. Yeah, that's a good video, right?
It's a great video. It might be Pink.
I of course like Walk This Way with Run DMC. That's because, you know, I'm a hip hopper.
Yeah, I always thought Walk This Way, it's a good track, but slightly overplayed, slightly overrated.
But
bit
the
like-
version with Run DMC.
Yeah, the version with Run DMC. Yeah.
All right.
Slightly overplayed, slightly overrated, a bit like Jan Gustafsson.
But guys, also when
Harsh but fair.
Lawrence started the show, he opened the show, he mentioned the Young Guns. I mean,
Yes.
are you guys liking the Young Guns movie, and do you like the soundtrack for Young Guns too? Because it was one of my very, very favorite. You know, it's the John Bon Jovi stuff, and I know the whole lyrics of the whole Young Guns 2 album. Yeah, every song I know basically in and out. It was the way how I learned English, you know, because I was listening to it, and I still did not speak any English, but I mean, the whole music, everything, I was a big Western fan. So when my brother went to London in '95 for some student exchange, then he brought the video cassette for me as a present. It was the Young Guns movie. Yeah? It was the very first Young Guns. and then later, of course, the Young Guns too with.
I'm confused because I only know Young Guns 2. Is there actually a first movie, Young Guns?
Of course, clearly. I mean,
Because I only know that the
much
2 is
more
the second one, no? With Kiefer Sutherland, Emilio Estevez, Charlie Sheen. That's Young Guns 2, or no?
that's Young Guns too already. Yeah.
I don't know the first one. It makes
have
sense that
to-
there would be a first one if there is a 2.
You
but I
have
don't
to
know.
watch the Young Guns, yeah, the original
Young
one.
Guns movie. The soundtrack is what? It's like Bon Jovi, yeah? Blaze of Glory.
Yeah, well, that's the most famous song. That was but I mean, I just felt like, each song is just amazing. I mean, the text is just fantastic. I mean, Blood Money, I felt fantastic. I mean, Santa Fe is amazing. It's not just the Blaze of Glory.
I'll have to look into it. Lawrence, this is before your time. Yeah, you're too young for these conversations.
Not really. I mean, I vaguely remember. I haven't seen the film though. I have to say I haven't seen Young Guns, but the music is certainly not before my time. So I've got a bit of bit of old school in me. Like a bit of old school, whatever genre it may be. Anyway, Magnus has taken a pawn.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm researching now. Maybe I'm talking about the first one because Charlie Sheen is not in Young Guns 2 apparently.
Charlie Sheen,
88
but I
and
mean,
90.
Emilio Estevez, of course, yeah.
No, they're all there, but I think Charlie Sheen is in the first, and I've seen that one in. My memory is bad. Yeah. First was Emilio Estevez, Kiefer Sutherland, Charlie Sheen. They're all in the first, and then Charlie Sheen is not in the second. I can't recall. I'll look it up.
Meanwhile,
88 and 90. Whoa, time flies, huh?
Yeah,
time does
definitely.
fly, yeah. Queen E3 now by Niels on the board. Probably a decent attempt. But going to be futile. Just
Yeah,
G5.
another problem is that the black king on d6 is really, really misplaced. I mean, the black king should be somewhere on b2 in order to, but even then, these d4, c2 pawns are clearly in white's favor because you are not able to give many checks, and with king on d6, you simply cannot really put up any resistance.
Right.
It's hopeless, no?
Yeah,
Never
you
enough
just-
checks.
and-
The pawn just queens. Yeah.
What about the Guirino game?
Guirino.
Also looks hopeless for MVL, but what's the cleanest way to convert here? Do we go... how do we do this?
Rook f7, yeah, the last, I mean, what happened? It was c7, rook h4, rook c1, yeah, the other typical idea, just go behind, the rook f7. Okay, now he needs to calculate, but I mean, it's clear that he gonna win the race. Basically, Maxim might try not to take the e5 pawn, yeah, that's what he relies on. He wants to push his pawns first, not to give white's king the chance of, advancing quickly towards the king side.
Oof.
So what do you do here? You can't be cute. Well, maybe you can be cute. Okay, so you're queening anyway.
You gotta be cute.
Can
King
you
B8,
go
rook c7
like
is not so easy.
rook h? No, rook h1 he takes. No, sorry, rook g1. How stupid is that move?
You want rook g1, yeah?
How stupid
Sounds
is that
pretty
move? From
stupid.
1 to 10.
Basically making sure that I do take your pawn, yeah? You want to
Right.
force me to take.
Take it. Take it.
And now I go king b8.
Rook
Like-
c7 or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, you probably want to do it this way.
Isn't this just a draw? Like any move? H5?
H5, rook g6. What? You've calculated that to be a draw, have you?
No, I haven't. But
Wow, that's so sick that that's a draw. Might be a draw. Is it?
I don't know. I can check.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky when Jan is turning. I
think
don't
it
know if
is.
this is not
I don't think
computer
it is.
talking or is
No,
it...
no. This was just me talking.
Rook h6.
So don't be too scared. But I can become scary. Rook h6, king g4.
Yeah,
But
king
hang on, yeah,
c7.
so rook f7, what is...
Was that the draw, really? Am I too far? Okay, choose king g.
Felt like a draw.
Did it? Maybe.
I go h4, h3.
Must be some.
Anish goes rook
Rook
e1.
e1.
If he has to go rook e1, what is this? I mean, I anyway felt like, black doesn't want to take on e5. That's why I find little strange, but Maxim g5.
No, this is very clever. Now g5, king b8, rook f8, we take, and then if h5, you go rook g1. This is the point, and you distract the king.
What? How? I mean, takes.
h5, rook g1. You want to go g4, rook h1 and take. That's still a draw.
Yeah, of course.
No, I go rook h1 first. I go rook h1.
Then h4.
Rook g1.
King takes e5. Don't lose the tempos.
Damn.
Don't give me all the tempos in the world.
What are you doing?
Yeah, king c7. He wants to bring his king back, yeah?
Yeah.
He's just
walk back. King c6, king c5, king d4.
That's why the rook e1 move.
Keeping the pawn. Need the pawn.
King d4.
Master Anish, yeah?
And you just
count it.
King, and that's it. And
That's the kind of thing you count like 15 times in your head before you do it. Yeah, g2, king f2. Am I still in time? Yeah. H2, king f3.
Yeah. But on the other hand, it's you are really relieved, yeah, when you spot that's it.
Wow.
C'est fini.
No surprises
Good job
anymore.
by Anish. Rook e1, nice technique.
Yeah, wonderful.
Wow.
But I mean, look at this. He also spent a lot of time. Yeah, he's down to 9 minutes. Now it doesn't matter anymore. But I mean, it wasn't. And Maxim resigned. Yeah, after king c6, he resigned. Wow, what a win by Anish.
Huge win. Huge for the tournament. I mean, Anish out equal first now. He always has a good Vaikanze, or at least has done in the past few years, as Jan said. He's gonna think he's got a shot, serious shot.
+3, of course he does, no? Isn't he shared first now? Yeah.
He shared first. Big win. Huge. Humongous.
I'm checking Twitter, and first of all, people are talking about wrestling. John Hartman is saying the team of Jan, Peter Leko, and Lawrence Trent has just spent the last 5 minutes talking pro wrestling, as like the two worlds of my childhood have collided in a cloud of steroids and Queen endgames. Sorry, John. Oliver Augustine is saying, I just learned that world-class Grandmaster Peter Leko is a huge encyclopedia of knowledge, not only in chess, but also in handball and even WWE wrestling. At WWE should take into account to invite him as expert.
Wow, and Niels has also resigned.
Oh, wow.
This is it.
This is it. King g8. He resigned on king g8. Yeah. Queen e8, queen f8 check is a problem. There are no checks. You're running the pawn down. And the king, as Peter said, is awfully placed because it gets hit. Oh, queen f6 is also an immediate threat. So Magnus made a bit of hard work, but he got there in the end.
Yeah, I think that's all what matters now for Magnus. Yeah, and it was such a nice game. I mean, everything made perfect sense. The opening, he disbalanced Niels with this queen dc line. Niels didn't. I believe he made a very bad practical decision with this knight c6 structure, because you don't want to give free hand for Magnus. Yeah, we did see now a very nice illustration what Magnus is capable of doing if he gets the free hand.
Yeah, interesting round. Let's not forget Dr. Fabi with